What's up? And how's it going? Okay, so last night we beat Ghost of Tsushima. Moment of silence. No, but seriously, we beat it last night. Such a good game. Worth picking up. One of the best games I've ever played. Hands down. Love it. So we're definitely switching gears by a long shot tonight. And I really mean that, by a long shot. We're going from something super fast-paced to something that is the exact opposite of that. Boogie Button, let's go Eevee. Never played it before. I know of it. I know what its playthrough is like. I've helped out the kids play it a little bit. Thank you, PC, for that sound. And that one, too. You're the real OG. Anyway, yeah, I'm excited to play it. Definitely going to be weird. Definitely a switch of... switch. That was a horrible joke that I didn't mean to make. But yeah, definitely a change of pace for sure. And Rez, what's up? How's it going, Rez? How was the today? What was today? Was it Wednesday? How was Wednesday? Hopefully it was pretty good. Oh. I'm not playing with any of these. Press A button on the controller you want to use. A. Oh, don't make me have to go get the Joy-Cons. It's gonna make me. That's okay. Apparently I can't use my controller. That's the biggest bummer of the night. Bear with me while I walk over there. Actually, I gotta walk back over there, then walk back over here, get my controller. It's gonna be a thing. I'm gonna be here. We're gonna talk still. It's gonna happen. Just differently. And possibly difficultly, because apparently this is wrapped around every possible thing that it could possibly be wrapped around. That's a conundrum. Yeah. Okay. All good. Reach. Okay, got it. I'll hope this works. Jeepers. If this doesn't work, I'll be severely upset. Okay. Don't come off the dock. Oh, yeah. Okay. What? What? No. Where's the B button? Okay. Slide on in there. Click for me. Good deal. Come on. Okay. Here we go. Slide on in there. Come on. A little slide ski. Oh, there we go. Okay. Confirm. I'm not doing any of those things. Oh, don't tell me I gotta go grab that thing now. Oh, man. We're gonna see if this works. What up, Trips? How's it going? Sounds strangely, I actually really love this scene where it looks like it's almost realistic and like Eevee like pops out. I've seen this scene before, helping Amrith start hers up. I might have to go get the other thingy. I really don't want to. Because now I think like the game has made my controller player 1 and player 2, which is not gonna work either. Alright. Round 2. Get around. This isn't the time. Well, it don't sound like that. Okay, let me try this again, damn it. It has to be difficult. Alright. I have no idea where this other piece is. So once again, bear with me. Get a clicky. Put this thing up because I can't use it either. Why can't you use a controller for this game? Why would you make a console that you can play on your TV, and you can't even use a controller for it. You have to have controller it. I think this will work. Okay, here we go. Round, I don't know, 3? Man, you're really gonna make this difficult, aren't you? Come on. Come on. Come on. Do these have a specific one where they go to one of them? Surely not. I haven't used these things in so long, I don't even remember it. Last time I used these, I think we were playing Mario Party. Oh, Jesus. Bun, hello, how are you? Give it to your infant son? What? Oh, man. That's not nice. Did you ever figure out the sound for Switch streaming? No. Not this time around. How you doing, bud? Let me switch these things out. Round 4, I suppose. Oh, it does make a difference. Wait. I don't know. One more time. Luckily, I don't gotta go far. Okay, here we go. Minato! Might have to have you for a little assistance this time around. Ow. For some stream purposes. It's already getting a little wild there in chat. Finally! Jesus. This feels so weird having to play with this much of a controller. And it's the only option I got. Believe me. I tried the controller. I tried the Switch other controller thing. Okay, there we go. English, let's get it going. Give you some Pokemon? I'm not worried about it right now. This is the first playthrough. I appreciate that, though. Should I read it? Should I, though? We played every Pokemon game. I'll read it. Hello there. I'm glad to meet you. Welcome to the world of Pokemon. My name is Oak. People affectionately refer to me as the Pokemon Professor. Cubone Bone. This world is inhabited far and wide by creatures called Pokemon. And if you want to know how people tend to interact with these Pokemon, well, some people keep them as companions, others have them do battle. As for myself, I study Pokemon as a profession. Now, why don't you tell me about yourself? How about pumping the brakes a little bit there, Gun? I will admit it's not a kid's channel, but come on now. I don't want to read all that. Keep that shit to yourself. Let me give you something to make you super happy. Yeah, we'll go. With this one. Oh, believe me, I actually already tried to use that and it wouldn't let me. It forced my hand at this. Which is okay, I guess. I actually wanted to use the controller, but my controller wouldn't even connect to the game. Oddly enough, and I know it works, so I was literally using it until I clicked it. Maybe when the game starts. We know the name. Maybe it'll work now. I would love it if it did. It does not. Oh, it does! Oh, Minato, you're a lifesaver. Jeepers creepers, I could not play the whole game like that. Let me capitalize it before Stacy has a heart attack on me. She doesn't like it when I name people with lower caps names. Dave, hello, how's it going? So your name is Tombles. Last time I checked. Capital T. Okay, what are we gonna name the rival? Let's not keep it explicit names. Like, I had to talk Leland when his Pokemon Let's Go Pikachu had a poop. So let's think of a good name. What are we gonna name him? Furry? I don't think furry is gonna be the route. I might just name him. I might name him the same thing we named Leland's. Lark. That's a good one. Does it make sense? No. Is it okay? Yes. Ashley, hello. I've been well. How about you, Ashley? Glad you could make it. Lark. I joke around with Leland and say it's his goblin name. So, like, his character's name is Leland and his rival's name is Lark. It's like he's his own rival. Oh man, you really gotta switch between these things. I'm gonna keep one on standby for topping things. And this thing just, I guess, the rest of the duration. His name is Lark. But yeah, Ashley, thank you for jumping on Facebook. And again, doing okay. About to turn in for the night. I feel it's pretty late. I appreciate you popping in though. Let's go. His name is Trace? Like he actually has a real name? I wish I would have known that. I feel like that would have been like a good matchup. Tumbles and Trace, the two T's. First time playing Let's Go? Yeah, it's my first time. You like Lark? Thank you. But yeah, it's my first time ever playing. I've never played Let's Go Eevee or Pikachu. I have helped out the kids a little bit. I don't think Leland has beat Lieutenant Surge. I know Amaranth has. And I've vaguely helped them out. I've been really trying to promote them reading and trying to like actually figure things out on their own without just having a constant handout. But I did play through the beginning part of this game with both of them. So I know the beginning of this, and then past Viridian Forest is just kind of like blonde. Your Eevee's a girl? You can tell? Like, I know you can tell with Pikachu because like the heart tail thing, but how do you tell on Eevee? That's interesting. The gender thing, it was always, I've always felt neutral about, like, which one is which on the games. Boy, can you please give you this Pokemon? You'll be amazed and happy. Might go crazy. Let's wait for a little bit. No trades to not, or anything like that, or gifts, to not trips. Again, I just want to have, like, a solid playthrough of this. I'm not really trying to, like, do too much. Again, I've never played it before, so I want it to be kind of genuine without, like, any trades or anything like that. Drink it on tonight. It's just a little classic brewski. Bulbapedia says his name is Trace, so you guess that's what it is? I mean, it could be, though, honestly. Like, you know, Blue and Red. Oddly, their names were Blue and Red. It's not what I would have expected, but... Yep. So, Sith, glad you can make it. And Lollyho back at you. Look at her tail. They made it smaller, like the female Pikachu in this game. It was introduced here, and moving forward, the female Eevee have somewhat a heart pattern on the tip instead of a jagged. Oh, okay. That's pretty cool. I didn't know that. Classic Brewski is Uncha. Oof. That's a bit much for streaming. I would make it about, like, maybe, an hour into the stream, and I'd be talking gobbledygook. It's going pretty good, Sith, or Tim. Pretty good so far. Up and at him. Lark. Oh shit, I named him in all caps. Oops. It really pops out at you, or maybe the game does it. Kinda doubt it, but maybe. Good morning, Tumbles. What's going on? You've got one weird look on your face. Never mind that. I couldn't wait any longer, so I came to get you. Today's finally the big day. We're finally going to get our first Pokemon from Professor Oak and become real trainers. Oh, but before we do, you read the email I sent you yesterday, right? Oh, wait, that was red. Oops. You better have. Check your computer if you didn't. Have a great stream. You gotta go. I understand, Ashley. Thank you so much for popping in. You got Let's Go Pikachu? That's cool. Leland here has Let's Go Pikachu, and Emerald has Let's Go Eevee. I'm playing one of their copies. You missed the stream of Ghost of Tsushima. Oh, it's all good, Tim. Honestly, after you finished the game, I'd go back and watch that stream. I had nothing but kind words to say about that game. I loved it so much. I love Ghost of Tsushima. Restart the playthrough. Unplayable. Unacceptable. Speaking of which, you just got a new update. Really? What was it like for the online mode? I still haven't tried it. I thought about trying that tonight, but I decided to just go ahead and start Let's Go Eevee. After all, I didn't want to start Let's Go Eevee tomorrow and then like start the game, then not play it for my 2 days off, and then be back on Sunday to play it. Figured it'd be better off just like starting tonight, playing it tomorrow, and then having the 2 days off, then moving back into it after that. I'm gonna book it to Professor Oak's lab, so see you there. Be able to get into the game now. Nice. I wonder if I can just start using this controller now. Is that an option? No. Okay. There's an email from Lark. Hey, Tubbles. So here's what you need to know as a trainer. Press the A button. We don't need to know this. I'll just skip through it. I'm not about to read all the... Oh, wait, I didn't. It just showed it right there at the end. Look. So I didn't do his name in all caps. The game just does that. Lark. Okay, so awesome. Do a Nuzlocke? Absolutely not. I really wouldn't want to do a Nuzlocke on the first time playing a game. And I don't think I'd really enjoy a Nuzlocke, to be honest with you. Hey, thank you so much for following on Twitch. That was really awesome. I really appreciate that. Maybe one day I'll break down and do a Nuzlocke. Maybe. Maybe. But not this time around. It's my first time playing this game. I'm gonna try to make it as neutral as possible. I've been trying to decide, like, I know it's very much like a yellow version, and I've been trying to decide which direction I'm gonna kind of go with it. I feel so weird just playing with this still. It feels like I'm playing the video game with a TV remote. Maybe I should turn it sideways. Maybe that'll make me feel more normal. It'd be like playing a really big Game Boy. Nope, that is not how that's gonna work. I figured you could turn it sideways and it'd be like Mario Party. That's not the case. I turned it sideways and tried to walk. And he went backwards. How does it know to feel he robbed Red at his mom's house? I don't know. I didn't really think about that. Oh, Tombles, Professor Oak isn't here. Do you think those Pokeballs hold the Pokemon you and I are supposed to get? I can't wait to get mine. We know where he's at. I'm not gonna really stall. I was gonna go there first, but let's walk to the grass. It is kind of funny how their houses are red and blue. Well, my good Pidgey, thanks for the help. They're homeless now. You have watched a stream from the other night? Couldn't agree more. On the 9.9 rating, you'd give it a 10, Legends or not. It's an optional feature add-on. Yeah, I mean, it's so hard for me to give a game a 10, and there are small, minute things, like the smallest things that I couldn't give the game a 10 for. I wanted to so bad, and I've never gave a game that high of a rating and spoke so highly of it, but it was just one of the greatest games I've ever played. Definitely one of those games I would like to, like, maybe not even a year down the road, go back and play it again. Maybe don't stream it, but play it again, I'd really enjoy it. You can change the controller in the start settings, really. It's a 10, Ton. It's a 10. It is a really good game. You think I understand you a bit better now thanks to this? If it isn't Tumbles. Oh, of course, I promised to give you and Lark your Pokemon today, didn't I? Well, in that case, why don't you head over to... Oh, I see the heart shape now on the Eevee tail. It trumps The Last of Us 2 out of the water by a million miles. The Diamond remakes are fake. I'm not really sure how I feel about it. Like, so many people want it to be a thing with, like, the Diamond and Pearl remake, which basically, let's be fair, it'd be a platinum remake with the face of Diamond and Pearl on it. I feel like if it isn't gonna be the next game that comes out this year, it wouldn't be far off from happening the next time around, to say the least. I do feel like it's more likely that we're gonna get a Diamond and Pearl remake rather than a Let's Go Johto game. I say that strongly because as much as I'm a huge Johto fan, like, Red, Blue, and Yellow came out when I was a kid, but it was kind of before I could read. I played the games, but I kind of just guessed at a lot of things. And then, like, Johto came out, you know, with Gold and Silver and Crystal, and I could actually read when I played those games. So I actually have a stronger bond to the actual Johto region, and still Kanto. I mean, you obviously, you know, at the end of that game, get to go back to Kanto. I even still have a copy of Yellow version in my bedroom. I'm a big Kanto fan too, but I always loved Johto. Like, I had a weird, stronger connection to that. And as much as I would love to see a new game of that again, I wouldn't want it to be a Let's Go. Like, I like this, but I'm not the biggest fan of this kind of a game. Like, I loved Sword and Shield. One of the things I've been hoping is that it would, if they did something with Diamond and Pearl, it could be just like an expansion pass again onto Sword and Shield, because like the continents are kind of like neighboring each other in the actual lore. But I don't know. It'd be interesting to see. So adorable. Basically blowing it out of the water, nuke style. You can't wait to get swept by Cynthia's Garchomp. Maybe. I've noticed in these newer games there's actually a lot less of a hard difficulty curve. I say that. I don't know. It just depends on the situation, I suppose. Like, they made Zacian and Zamazenta's, like, moves, just like, their behemoth moves are just like OP. By far. Mama, I surely wouldn't have expected an Eevee to appear around here, but since the opportunity has presented itself, why don't we practice some Pokemon catching? You just have to throw your Pokeball and try to land it on a wild Pokemon for the chance to catch it. Hold your Joy-Con horizontally and point it straight at the screen. With your Joy-Con pointing at the screen, press the A button to ready a Pokeball. You can throw your Joy-Con at the TV as hard as you can. You can throw your Pokeball while waving your Joy-Con. Just don't forget your surroundings as you go waving the Joy-Con around the place. The games have been a lot easier. Yeah. I've really noticed that. It kind of started in like Sun and Moon. And I didn't play Ultra Sun and Moon, so I don't know, but I've really noticed it in Let's Go Eevee and Pikachu. But I did read that this game was aimed at the younger generation, so the older generations of people who grew up with these games, you know, a lot of us have kids now, so I mean, it's like that much easier to have a bonding experience with something you already have all the knowledge of, and it's something that's easier for them to jump into with a little bit less of a difficulty. Yeah, throw your your Joy-Con to break your TV. You think Nintendo threw that so it didn't get sued? The only way to play. Okay. What? Alright, you caught an Eevee. That was a pretty fun performance for a first timer, my boy. Why don't you pick up that Pokeball and give the Eevee you caught a name? I'm not gonna name any of my Pokemon. It's not something I do normally. I used to when I was younger, and now as an adult, I just don't. So don't hate me for it. What nah? Oak. Pause. Come on now. This is a kid's game. This is not a kid's stream. If you're a child, well, I don't know. Ask your parents if it's okay. And why are you up so late? Now that's a lovely Pokemon if I've ever seen one. Jesus. Freaking Sonic the Hedgehog. You got Eevee train your perfect copies. First timer. Been doing this for over 15 years. Follow the bouncing balls. Professor Oak! Those Pokeballs there, I swear there was only 2 a second ago, but now there are 3? A perfectly reasonable reaction, my boy. You see, one of them is an Eevee that Tumbles caught just now. So wait, Tumbles, you caught it yourself? But I've never seen that happen before. Oh, how interesting. Well, my boy, this is it. Take that Pokeball and keep good hold of it this time. Okay, let's try to figure this out. Let's do the start. What the heck even is start on here? Is there a start? Does start exist? Oh, okay, we got this. Maybe you just can't now. Safety save. I grew up in the 90s. I know. 14 minutes in the game. That's 14 minutes that could be lost. Still have trust issues at these insta saves. Kids just don't know. You ever been one of those kids growing up? Your parents wanted you to go somewhere with them, and you were like, wait, I gotta save. And they were just like, you should have saved a long time ago. It'd be mid-battle on a grind you've been on all day, and then your batteries. Hours gone. Days even. Eevee became your Pokemon. What a strange Pokemon indeed. It sure doesn't seem like staying in one place, but it looks as though it's taken a shine to you, Tumbles. Why'd I give it a name? No thanks. I'll name you Eevee. Eevee? Oh, your parents would turn that shit off so fast? Oh, I know what that's like. Mine, they wouldn't turn it off. But it would be a classic, we said let's go, and I'd be like, it's saving! And then it'd turn into, yeah, you didn't listen to us, so you're grounded. For like a week, and I'd be like, this is a crucial part of the story! Finish the Ghost, or taking a break? Oh, Euthanasia, yeah, I finished it last night. Not give a fuck. But yeah. How are you though, Euthanasia? Glad to hear from you. Minato jumping in over on Twitch. Lark got a Pikachu from Professor Oak. Okay. See you, boys. Oh, just one more thing. Now that you two are setting out as trainers, I'd like to ask you, ask your help with something. Take this with you on your journeys. You're well? Glad to hear it. What's that thing, Professor? This is the Pokédex that I've designed. It automatically records data on Pokemon you've seen or caught, and it makes an entry for each. It's an extremely high-tech tool. Tumbles and Lark, I want you each to take one with you. It's an extremely high-tech tool. Here, you little 10-year-old, take it on your journey. It is funny. I actually saw a meme about that just the other day, Minato, about how he wants to study Pokemon. It's actually, it was referenced differently, but it was like, the Pokemon professor, been studying Pokemon his whole life, hands you an empty Pokédex. And I just thought that was hilarious. It's like, oh my god, that is so true. I've been studying Pokemon my whole life. Here's an empty Pokédex for an encyclopedia to fill up for me. Tumbles and Lark, I want you each to take one with you. You handed me nothing. I saw your empty hand. You got a Pokédex from Professor Oak. You'll find you can't get very detailed data on Pokemon just by seeing them. You must catch a Pokemon to gather the most complete data. Or data. To make a complete guide to all Pokemon in the world. That was my dream. But I'm an old man now. Too old to get the job done myself. That's why I want you young trainers to fulfill my dream for me. Get moving, you two. This is a great undertaking in Pokemon history. A Pokédex, huh? We're gonna meet so many Pokemon, this keeps getting better and better. I'm setting out right now, Tumbles. You should do the same. If you think you're ready, that is. You think Professor Oak's like 1,000 years? There's no telling how old he is. How cute! This is the one you got from Professor Oak. What? You caught it yourself? That's amazing! What should I call your new friend? Eevee? It's a lovely Pokemon. Eevee? My, how energetic. I suppose that means you two will be setting off on an adventure today, right? I thought this day might come soon, so I planned ahead and got this for you. You got a town map from Mom. Hey, you don't gotta steal it from Blue's house anymore. Put the town map in your bag. By using that town map in your bag, you'll always know exactly where you are. Safe travels, dear. You and Eevee, be good to each other. That was my dream, 0 Pokemon in the text. Alright, let's see if we can do this now. Ah, it is actually X is the menu thingy. I don't really have any option to mess with anything. Oh, options. There it is. Text speed, normal. Battle effects on, battle style switch, vibration on. Movie skipping. Why would you skip? Pokemon Cross. Controller settings was at the top. I missed that somehow. Yeah, see, there's no option for controller. It's just like everything else. Let's see if it works for the controller this time. It didn't a second ago. Nah, I don't really think I'll have the option. I can turn it on when I need to use it for like topping things, but it's okay. Karumi! How's it going? I'd have been so mad if it made me start the game over. Let's save it again just to be sure. 7 minutes went by. Alright, let's start this journey. One of the things I thought was so weird about this compared to, basically, Sword and Shield. I feel like the graphics are a tad bit better in this. Maybe it's just me. Okay, let's do our first catchy catch other than Eevee. Get us a little Pidgey action going on. Whoop. I just swapped it. Whoop. Oh, I think I gotta press. Whoop. This is broken. There we go. I didn't do it hard enough. I can see somebody that's probably throwing this at their TV on accident. Ah! Now I gotcha! Did you switch come the Joy-Con thing that you slide your Joy-Cons in turn to controller? It did. I actually tried to use that too, and that didn't work either. It just kept wanting to like choose one of the other Joy-Cons for some reason. It's okay. I don't really mind to play this way. I'm just kind of getting used to it anyway. Plus, I got the controller here just for the backup. Really, just topping things out's the only thing that's gonna get to me. Other than that, I mean, it's fairly basic. I just gotta get used to maybe feeling like I'm playing with a TV remote. Almost 4 pounds. Didn't quite make the cut. Okay, I need this. I hate to say it. I need this for like the first gen. That's how you played? Yeah, I don't know what was going on with me. Like, it would still only register like one or the other. We need you for the upcoming gym battle, Bellsprout. See, that's gonna be the only thing about me playing this. It's just knowing the strategic advantage already of like what Pokemon to use in what areas. That's okay though. I mean, I've been super indecisive if I really want to use the Squirtle, Bulbasaur, and Charizard, or Charmander, I should say. Part of me is like, yeah, you know you gotta. But then like the other part of my brain's like, oh, I should make the game like that much easier though. And another thing I know, I don't like catching dupes, but it's basically how you get like the experience in this game from what I've seen. So I'm gonna be catching a shit ton of dupes and just releasing them as I go. Keep the strongest one, I suppose, or the weakest one to get stronger. The Eevee learning quick attack. Can you actually release Pokemon from your party? You need to open the Pokemon box. Move Pokemon. I don't know if you can. I'm gonna at least remove it from the party though. We'll get back to the other parts of releasing later on, when that time comes. Go ahead and catch this Rattata, because variety. And I want to catch them all. It's okay, Trips. I just, not in this, like, kind of like playthrough. At least not on the first, go-around. Man, this thing really just doesn't want to get caught. What the heck? Huh. There we go. I had to put some bravado in that throw. But maybe later towards the end of this, I mean, I just kind of want to have like a... I don't know how to put it. I'd be down to some trading like later on, just probably not tonight. I know nobody's hurt and it's the party, but I feel like I'm fun as well. I love seeing the Chansey there too. Wait, what? Undergoing maintenance? That's just messed up, lady. I wanted to heal my Pokemon. We walked. I already know what to do. Let's go ahead and talk to the... What? What does that mean? Eevee is happily staring at the swaying flowers. That's cool. You can, like, see your Pokemon's, like, emotions and expressions. If you press A, you don't have to use the motion controller. Really? Hey. You came out from Pallet Town? You must know Professor Oak, right? I've got a delivery for him, but I really can't leave the Pokemon unattended right now. Can I get you to take this to Professor Oak for me? You took the parcel from the Pokemart clerk. You put the parcel in your bag. Thanks, kid. Say hi to Professor Oak for me. Do you want to head straight back to the lab? Now this is one of the things I thought was so messed up. It's cool, but it's also so messed up. Like, they just teleport you back. No. When I was a kid, we had to walk all the way back here. Why, Tomble's back so soon. How is little Eevee doing? That's two hmms. That's strange. It's scaring my Eevee, old man. Goodness me, Eevee here seems like it's really come to be a true partner to you, Tombles. I think you've got what it takes to become a great Pokemon trainer. What's that? You have something for me. You handed the professor his parcel. Oh, so my order arrived. Thank you for bringing it to me. Hey, Professor Oak. It's about my Pikachu. Its moves are... Oh, Tombles, that's so cool. Eevee just rods on you like that? Ah, and now we have Lark as well. What fun timing. I've just been delivered some very handy items, which I think I'll share with the two of you. Got some raspberries from Professor Oak. You put the raspberries in your catching pocket. Great. I've been starving. I'll stop you right there, son. Those berries are for Pokemon to eat, not you. When you want to catch your Pokemon, try throwing one of those at your target before you take a ball in hand. You'll find that wild Pokemon will be so happy to have a berry to nibble on that they'll become much easier for you to catch. That was close. I nearly swallowed one of them right up myself. Now then, you two, it's up to you to decide if you want to catch lots of different Pokemon or simply focus on training up your favorites. My only request is that you have fun either way. Back in my day, we had to walk into 7 Pidgey encounters before we came back to the lab. Wait up. Come on, Tumbles. You know you can do more with Pokemon than just catch them, right? If you're a trainer, you can have Pokemon battles with other trainers too. I'll show you exactly what I mean. It's battle time. Okay, here we go. Get a little fight ski action. I'm not really gonna, like, you know, make this last longer than it has to. Let's just go ahead and end it. Hopefully you don't get that paralysis. All good. Eevee grew to level 7. beat Trainer Lark. What? Did I lose? Yeah, and you lost 120 bucks too. A secret-ish 2-player mode as well. I think Rez was talking to me about that the other day, that this game had like a co-op kind of thing going on. Ah, jeez. There I went mouthing off, and I knew everything, and then I lost. How embarrassing. I probably should have trained up my Pokemon first a bit before trying to battle like that, huh? Let's battle again sometime. Did you enjoy your first taste of battle, young Tumbles? Your partner Eevee seemed to like it. Sylveon, hello? It's definitely cool trips if you want to just like wait another day. I'm just trying to get some actual gameplay into it. Hey Tumbles. Hey ya. Oh, just look at Eevee. These two are really looking like great partners. I've got the perfect little gift just for a great team. Here, take this. Sportswear from your friend's big sister. Put the sportswear in your clothes trunk. Try putting that on Eevee. You can go on an adventure in matching clothes. Oh? Give me 1 second. Have to give one of those Joy-Cons to someone and have them shake it, you think. Really? Ugh. Let's just wait till Tumbles is ready to let him play the game and relive the childhood. Oh, shit. Oops. Wrong controller. Precious baby. Play with Eevee, the Joy-Con. Okay, I guess I didn't have to read that. Oh man, this thing shakes all over the place. You can pet Eevee by placing your hand on it and moving your hand. Press the ZR or A button to pet the spot your hand is on. Eh? Little tail patty pats. Little mane patty pats. Little ear rubby rubby. You ticklish? It seems like Eevee wants to play. Don't forget to show it some love from time to time. Play with Eevee has been added to the main menu. Press the X button to go see. There's an option to play with Eevee whenever you want. I said selected from that, but yeah. Let's go Umbreon, please. That'd be pretty cool. So, like, you can't actually evolve these Pokemon, can you? I was gonna do something now, forgot. Back. Choose an outfit for Eevee. Do we actually? Okay, we don't have anything. We'll wait before we... I don't even know if I'll dress up the Pokemon. I don't know. We'll see. This always made you smile. Eevee is adorable. It really is. Nope, you can't evolve him. You can't evolve everything other than your starter Eevee. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. It's kind of the reason why, like, I had the option for Let's Go Eevee or Let's Go Pikachu. Again, Amarith has Let's Go Eevee. Leela has Let's Go Pikachu. So my options, I could have chose between the two. What really came down to me deciding for Eevee was knowing the fact that even though I can catch another Pikachu in Let's Go Pikachu, and it does have some advantages by that, but you can catch a Pikachu in this game as well, so it kind of just like ixnayed itself from my thought process is like, well, if I can just catch a Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee in Viridian Forest, then what's the heck is the point of even starting with Let's Go Pikachu? Which Stacy did tell me that apparently there's a little bit more story content that makes more sense on Let's Go Pikachu, apparently. But the deciding factor ended up just coming down to Eevee. Trainers' odds have met. I'll battle you with my favorite Pokemon. What up, youngster Ronnie? I fought your grandpa back in the day, youngster Joey from Johto. Rattata down. Pidgey to level 5. Gust. Very nice. You're really strong! Hey, no youngster Joey with those top percentage Rattata. Got 3 Pokeballs. Whoa, they just give you Pokeballs for winning too? That's cool. Huh? You look pretty pleased about something, Tumbles. Oh, you beat another trainer. Good job. Well, since we're on the topic, the Pokemon you sent into battle might have lost some HP or PP. It wasn't that scared. You should take them to the Pokemon Center and get them healed up. It doesn't cost any money, and it doesn't take long either. Just remember, heal up after battles. I wonder if, like, you can still go catch a Nidoran from, like, that corner over there. Back in the day, this used to be an easy way to go get a Nidoran. There was also, like, an Otta back in the day back here. Now it's just crap. Nope! Found a potion. It's still there. That's cool. Okay, we'll solve this mystery in just a second. I am going to take my first restroom break, then I'll make it very quick. And I'll be right back. Okay. Sorry about that. I also had to go blow my nose. I've had like the worst ever allergy problems around this time of night. Still wonder how Pokemon centers work without any pay the taxes in Pokemon world, just me insane. That's what I would honestly assume. That I hate to say it, but it's probably taxes. But I mean, that's how other countries work. You know, outside the US, other countries have much better healthcare systems than the US, and that is a big thing here. We pay moderate taxes, but our taxes go so broad span to so many other things that you probably wouldn't even think they go to here in the US. While in other countries, it more so specifically goes to things like better healthcare systems. And I would say that's probably how that works out. I mean, also, like the Nurse Joy, so to speak, in like the cartoon, I would presumably like to believe she just lives at the Pokemon Center, because she's there all the time. Like, Ash will come in there, middle of the night, just heal his Pokemon all willy-nilly. Also don't seem to sleep very much, so, but yeah, I don't know. I would imagine it's some weird tax system. Oh, you can catch an Nidoran still here. Very cool. Very cool. See, that's the only downfall to this game, is me knowing, like, all the knowledge over, like, the last 20 years of playing Pokemon games, where I just literally know where everything's gonna be. Because they really didn't change anything except for the difficulty, no Pokemon battles in the wild, and just, well, the graphics, of course. Rattata. Want that Nidoran? Where'd that go? 2 Rattata. Ah! Let's see if this works for me. No, it doesn't actually let me do the A thing either. I guess since I'm using the Joy-Con, I actually have to use the motion. It's okay though, I don't really mind. We should like the option to put it in your party before it immediately automatically goes to your party though. Ooh, the female Nidoran. I'm gonna catch female and male if I can. To be fair, I kind of want to use the male to get Nidoking rather than Nidoqueen. I'm purple more than a blue guy. That thing's 12 pounds? Jesus. Always thought it was odd that they were poison type. I don't know why I always thought it was odd. I still do though. I just think it's so odd for them. Oh, hey, Tumbles. Oh, Jesus, no. You hoping to make it to the Pokemon League someday too? Oh, thank God. That's where you can battle the strongest of all Pokemon trainers, the ones they call the Elite Four. I was hoping maybe I could get a glimpse of them, but the guard at the gate wouldn't even let me pass without any badge from Pokemon gyms. I guess I'll just have to get there the long way by battling and getting stronger. So Tumbles, I guess that means it's on. Wait, we're having a battle already, bro? Second battle of the game. That's okay, I need the experience anyway. I just really... Okay, he's only got 2 Pokemon. I'm worrying a little too much. Got him a Pidgey. What level is it? 5? Level 3. Oh, okay. I get a little ahead of myself, I guess you could say. Taking that Pidgey down. They really let you start and kind of be OP in this game too, it feels like. Nah, let's keep battling. Pikachu level 7 now. Okay, so you caught up a little bit. Eevee with that special defense, though. So, Minato, what's the Elite Four like in this game, though? Let's see if Eevee's just naturally faster. Well, it's up in the air because he's quick attack. But yeah, are they like easier, so to speak, than they used to be? Very curious about that. Also, what's the CP for in this game? Tish. Hello, Tish. How are you? And thank you for jumping in on Facebook. I really appreciate it. Whoa, seriously? 140 for winning. Maybe battling like this is just helping you get stronger, huh, Tumbles? Oh well. That works too. Let's train hard so that someday we both make it to the Pokemon League. Okay, where's that Nidoran? We already got one. Where's the other? There's a Spearow. In Pokemon Let's Go, it's easy to find shiny Pokemon? Really? It's like Pokemon Go? What do you mean like Pokemon Go? I do play Pokemon Go, it's just, I don't think I got the reference. Is there an Elite Four in Pokemon Go? So what is... This is a nice little, like, does anybody actually like using Spearow over Pidgey? I never do. Because I feel like they both have advantages, but when you have a Pokemon that evolves 3 times compared to one that only evolves once, sometimes one has a better stat growth for that. And I've never really been a big Spearow fan. Okay, we got another Rattata. Still looking for that other Nidoran. It's the female Nidoran again. Maybe I didn't see the male a little while ago. Do you only see the female in this game and then the male in the other? You can catch a combo 30 of the same Pokemon there. You'll find shiny Pokemon in this game. Really? You also transfer your Pokemon from Let's Go Eevee? Yeah, I think somebody was telling me that when I was playing Pokemon Sword that you could do that. I got another Spearow. Can you find the male Nidoran here? I thought I saw it a second ago, but now I'm just wondering if I just saw another Rattata. Post a link in Discord about it for you? Okay. Appreciate that. I'll give it a read ski. Gonna make one more lap, and then if I don't see it this time around, then I'll just wait till later on. There's a... Oh, there it is. I thought I saw it. Now let's switch some of these out. I like how that is a thing in like the newer games these days. How like you have the Pokemon box, and you get like straight up access to PC and like Sword and Shield. Keep them both in the party, why not? For now. Oh, of course another one pops up now that I caught one. They're gonna be easy to see now, they'll be everywhere. You ever have that happen in one of the games where like it's like a 1% catch rate and you spend forever trying to find it and then you finally go catch it and then right after that it seems like they appear just so much more often? I feel like that is like it's one of those things that's happened to me multiple times in Pokemon games. I'm trying to think of an example, but I can't think of one sadly at the moment. I always loved how they put like the sprites right here. Like they did it with like the other games as well, how they have like these better, like more rounded off edges on the graphics. But when the Pokemon go on the screen at the Poke Center, they just like turn back into sprites for a little bit. Do another quick save ski. If you know me in any RPG, I save every chance I get, especially if the game doesn't have automatic saving progress. I will just save like a madman. I don't think there's a reason to go in here. It's trainer school? Heck no. Not even once. Wow, your Pokemon is rotting on you. That's super cute. I think my Pokemon would be a bit too heavy for me. That's why I have it walk with me instead. Check your party at the main menu and choose a Pokemon to take out of its Pokeball, and it will walk around with you. It's just adorable to see them. Here, let me do it for you. Wait, what the what? You can have a Pokemon follow you and have Eevee on your head? That's just too cool. We all know. Not right now. Seriously though, I did not know that that was a thing in this. I knew you could have one of them, like, you know, obviously like Eevee riding on your head or whatever, or Pikachu if you're playing Let's Go Pikachu, but did not know you could also have one follow you like that. That's just too cool. Into the Viridian Forest we go. Now, automatically, I do know my way through here, but there are going to be some things I'll look around in here for, specifically like items, battles, and specific Pokemon. So, we'll be here for a little bit. Not too long, but for a little bit. Not a Beedrill fan either. Is that weird? Found a tiny mushroom. I will go ahead and catch an Eevee, or not an Eevee, Jesus, I'm looking at Eevee. A Weedle while we're here, and a Caterpie. I'm not going to use them in the party though, I do like both of them. Not really so much on the Weedle part. Not a Beedrill fan, but still yet. Oof. The Tale of Ryozu quest was fun. And a Tufsky. Wait, did you just fight Ryuzo? A Dragonite once you trade? It is gonna be like, I don't know, maybe a little too early in this game to get a Dragonite, I feel like. Getting beaten up already? Is it like the first time you fought him? Or the second time? I don't want to give you any spoilers. But, if I had to give a hint at the last time I did anything, was, if you can feel a boss fight coming, try to save up all of your, like, what is it? How did I forget? Your resolve. Try to save as much resolve as you can, and that will help you out so much in those battles, especially with the bosses, and if you get more of your other abilities over time, your resolve will be your best friend. Gosh, is it hard to actually level up a Dragonite in this game? I'm starting to fathom what it's like to, like, Jesus Christ, Weedle weighs 8.5 pounds? But I'm starting to, like, put into perspective of what it's like to probably level up some Pokemon, like Dragonite per se. You only get Dratini, like, way late into the game, and it's not exactly an easy Pokemon to get your hands on. And on top of that, you gotta get it to level 55 to evolve, so, like, without wild encounters, and I heard you can re-battle some trainers. How difficult is that for real to get Dragonite? You really bamboozled my mind and put me in a thinking spot. Oop, there's Pikachu. That's the biggest reason why we're here, honestly, is for the Pikachu. Obviously, the biggest reason is we gotta get through here, but second biggest reason is, of course, to get the Pikachu. It's hard getting a Dratini. Do you still have to play, like, the Game Corner games? Or do they have it, like, set up in the wild area? Oof, levels ups all around. Man, that Pikachu had some experience with it. Okay, let's switch out Rattata for Pikachu. Because Rattata's the most pointless thing to have in this whole party. It's a female Pikachu? Yeah, no, I don't really, the gender doesn't bother me. Eevee was one I didn't know that you could actually tell the gender by looking at it, but Pikachu, yeah, I know the tell thing with it, like the little heart tell. 14 pounds! Jesus. Pikachu's been eating some berries. But yeah, like, do you still have to do the Game Corner, though? I like this, though, because now I'm set up for, like, Misty when that happens. I'm already set up for Brock here with Bellsprout. Really, I think the only thing I need to catch in here now is, like, a Caterpie. I'm not gonna catch Metapod or, like, Kakuna, just kind of, like, eventually, like, get those and just level them up eventually. Oh, you have a partner Pokemon. Let me get a better look. Part of me just wants to switch Pidgey to the front here and just, like, sweep over everybody in here. No, it's just really hard finding Dratini. You gotta ask people for one. Really? Is the Game Corner a thing in this game? I'd be kind of disappointed if it wasn't. As much as I'm not the biggest fan of the Game Corner, but it's kind of a big part of the game back in the day. Three Pokeballs. What the heck is that? Oh, it's a Pokeball. And then there's the Caterpie. And then after this, we can kind of just start making our way through here. Nice. It's just different from our generation when you had the Game Boy Color. I feel ya. I mean, I guess it's to be expected. I mean, these games, they're basically remakes of Yellow, but they wanted to keep them like up to date in their own way. So I mean, it makes sense. Okay, here we go. Ooh, ooh, ooh. See what I mean? Pikachu are everywhere in this game. It was kind of like my deciding factor between wanting to play the Let's Go Eevee, Let's Go Pikachu kind of thing. Pikachu are a dime a dozen in this game. You don't even get a chance to get an Eevee till like almost halfway through the game. Get as it may, you can't evolve the one you get at the beginning still yet though. So I have another question. Minato, Trips, anybody that has played the game that's watching, like, if let's say you bench your Pokemon, like, let's say you decide later on you don't want to use Eevee in your team anymore. Does Eevee still, like, sit on your head and, like, travel with you the same way and go through the cutscenes? Or does it just kind of, like, out of the game until you put it back in your party? I've been very curious about that. Hey, yo, Pokemon, run. Come on. Let's battle them. Yes, it will still be with you if you take it out. Okay, that's cool to know. Because, I probably won't use Eevee the whole game. Through the beginning of the game, it makes sense, but later on, I'm just... A regular Eevee is just gonna be kind of useless. Sorry, Eevee. We love you. You're a little cutesy, but... I mean, I can't think of it at any point in time strategically to just have a random Eevee in the battle. So, yeah, I've been really, curious on that one. But cool, it still stays with you. It's very cool. They really kind of ashed it out, you know, like, almost like Pikachu and Ash and everything. I like that. He said, no, Caterpie can't hack it, sorry. I didn't read his text. With some trainers, it almost seems pointless sometimes to read what they say. It's like a really quick small on, and they kind of like zip out. 3 raspberries. Hey, do you know if Bulbasaur will appear in this forest? I don't think so. Wait, can it? I think somebody told me it can. That you can catch wild Bulbasaur in this game. Is that true? I feel like I've heard that. I know you get one given to you. Kind of like in the yellow version. Can you just find a wild one? That's so broken, if you can. I heard that you could, though. But, I mean, again, that's so broken if you can. Just catch starters in the wild. I'm going to turn this down just a tad bit. Oh, that is off. Three Pokeballs. I'm gonna try to battle all the trainers I can. Try to get as much experience I can before we get up there to Brock. Kakuna Matata. Gosh, this it could be a real stalemate. I know it's just going to continuously use Harden, so I'm just going to try to just take it out. Huh? I've got no other Pokemon to battle with? Man, they really feed the Pokeballs to you in this game, not complaining. Just say it. At one point I was thinking to myself, I mean, I'm probably going to break down and have just buy some Pokeballs at the beginning of the game, but my goodness, no, they keep pouring them out. Found a potion. That's another Pikachu. Jocelyn. What's the trick to a Pokeball? I really like being in the era of, like, you see Pokemon walking around in grass rather than just, like, walking into grass and randomly stumbling upon a Pokemon. This era of gaming and where Pokemon is taking himself is just so amazing. Double kick? Oh yeah, definitely. Get out of here, Growl. Your battle was right on target. Tyler Larson. Hey, how's it going, Tyler? How have you been? Thanks for jumping in over on Facebook. Can you evolve Eevee? Nah, Blonde, I wish you could. I feel like you probably can, like, encounter the other Eevee like you could back in the day. I really don't know. I do know you can't actually evolve your starter in Let's Go Eevee or Pikachu, though, unfortunately. It's kind of like that Ash Ketchum thing I was talking about a little bit earlier. It's just like, they kind of like bring that alive in the game. Which in some ways is a bummer, but, you know, in other ways, you know, you can switch it out for other Pokemon, and it'll still, like, rot on your head and whatnot, so that's cool. The Eevee trio was the shit back then. That's true. They're still pretty cool these days. I'm just gonna run away. I don't see a point in trying to catch another Caterpie right now. Hey, wait up. What's the hurry? What's the rush? I don't know. Plus, your partner Pokemon gets exclusive moves to this game that are not in any other game that can't be used in any other game even. Really? Now, that is something I didn't know. Makes it way more interesting, because I was wondering what was the point of keeping like an Eevee way late into the game. So that's actually pretty cool. Overstreet, hello, how are you? Thanks for jumping in over on YouTube. Which is my favorite of the three? Of the original? Oh man, that's a hard one. I really like Jolteon. I really like Jolteon a lot. Flareon and Vaporeon are very cool, but I've always been like a Jolteon fan. That was like the one back then, as a kid, that I would choose. I mean, as in later on down the road, like my favorite evolution's actually Espeon. I love Espeon a lot, but or Leafeon. It's kind of a tie between the two. But out of the original three, it would probably be Jolteon. We got Metapod. It's just tackle it. It's fun. Same Jolteon was the best in the original. Yeah, I loved it a lot. I mean, I like Flareon, and Vaporeon is very cool, but something about Jolteon was just always my favorite back then. Jolteon for you to the original three as well, Tyler. Yeah, I mean, I agree. I mean, I love Jolteon. I still love Jolteon. Well, again, thank you so much for jumping in over on Facebook. I really appreciate it. Hey, Nuss, I was hoping we'd run into each other. You know, there's a Pokemon gym up this way, right, Tumbles? You can battle against the gym leader there, and he's seriously strong. If you want to get stronger, you've definitely got to try to take him on. Jeez, Eevee, you're ready for a battle too, huh? Who wouldn't be? Alright then, you're making me want to cheer you guys on too, so take these. 5 potions from Lark. I bought some for you with the prize money I've been earning in all my battles. Beat that gym leader, Tumbles, and you can really call yourself a true chainer. A trainer. Give it your best. What up, Hexed? The man with the nice beard, thank you so much. The Hexed Past. Thank you so much. Vaporeon is also cool, but it didn't have anything. It can benefit from its own gens onward. Yeah, I feel ya. I mean, I liked all of them, to be fair. But I feel you there. Do you have a Mankey? Not yet. You can't get a Mankey just yet in this game. I don't even have my first badge yet. Sorry, I didn't read that. It just didn't really seem like there was a point in it. I don't think there's a whole lot in this town in Pewter City other than just like battling Brock and a few random things. So I'm probably just gonna kind of get the battle with Brock going on. If somebody knows something I'm missing, I know later on you can return here with the Fossil Pokemon kind of thing. But for now, I don't really think that there's much of a point in any exploration around here. Pidgey sees something. Pidgey found something in the plants. Got a raspberry from Pidgey. A Scandinavian demigod. Norse demigod. Oh dear, what am I supposed to do with you, Slowpoke? Oh, hello there. Do you think you could do me a favor? Probably. I want you to go to the Pewter Museum, but my dear Slowpoke here is just refusing to budge. Do you think you could keep an eye on my dear Slowpoke for a little while? Sure? Oh, thank you very much. In that case, please keep my dear Slowpoke company for a little while. We're just chilling with the Slowpoke, huh? Slowpoke is staring blankly ahead. You spend a relaxing time with Slowpoke. Thank you for keeping an eye on my dear Slowpoke. Here, this is for your trouble. Got a big pearl from the lady. Jeepers, big spender. I would love it for you to keep an eye on Slowpoke again sometime. You got it, lady. You keep giving me pearls, I'll watch anything for you. That wasn't meant to be funny, but after I thought about it in my head, it sounded funny. Annie, hello. Have you ever done a DNA test before? Not really. I do know my heritage very well. I'm actually Samoan, Cherokee, as far as like Native American. So like Samoan, Native American, Cherokee, Irish, and Hispanic, more predominantly Mexican. So like the biggest traits I have are actually Samoan. A lot of my family like hails from Hawaii, and then it'd be like Cherokee after that, and then like with small hints from Irish and Mexican. I have a pretty big heritage as far as things go, but I do know my heritage very well. My family is pretty much straightforward about things like that. So never really had to do a DNA test. I kind of really know where all my heritage comes from, but it'd be cool one day. I know sometimes with like the 23andMe, like they can tell you even further back than what most of your family knows. Had northern roots. Samoan? That's so cool. Yeah, I mean, Samoan is mostly Mankey and Let's Go Pikachu. Only you have to trade it. Oh, okay. That's okay. You're Apache. That's very cool. Very cool trips. Got European? Irish, you know. A little bit, yeah. Points. You're here to challenge the gym, aren't you? I'm not a trainer, but I can tell you're worthy of a challenge. Oh, challenging the gym leader. Now, let's get started. The Pewter Gym only allows trainers who know type matchups to enter. There are a few types that have an advantage against the gym leader's rock-type Pokemon, but for trainers who have never challenged the gym before, we have them use either grass or water-type Pokemon. You have to show me a grass or water-type Pokemon if you want to face the gym leader. Great. That Pokemon is exactly what I wanted to see. Head on in and aim to become a Pokemon champion. I'm actually going to switch it around really quick and put Bellsprout in the front. Just for this battle. This is Peter's City Gym. Trainers here are a bit different from those you've faced so far. Oh, they had to make Brock the first gym leader to lose? I'm not sure. Here we go. Stop right there, kid. You're 10,000 light years from facing Brock. Somebody didn't watch their Star Wars. Should have said some parsecs out there. Mankey's found on Route 3 and 4 in Let's Go Pikachu. That's cool. I mean, later on in the game, I'd probably be open to some trading. I mean, I don't really have a need for Mankey, honestly, as far as things go. I mean, there are other, like, fighting type Pokemon you can get. I mean, even right now, Eevee has, like, double kick, which is only good so far, but that's still cool. Later on, you know, I'd be willing to do things like, I know Oddish is also in, actually it might be in both games, but I would think, I know Oddish is at the beginning of Let's Go Pikachu, but in this one it's Bellsprout, so I think I'll be okay without it though. Sorry, Liam. Alright, and I think we're ready to face Brock, honestly. I think we'll be okay. So you're here, I'm Brock, Pewter's city's gym leader. You can see, just by looking at my Pokemon, how rock hard my willpower is. My Pokemon are all hard as rock. And have true grit, determination. That's right, my Pokemon are all rock types. You're going to challenge me even knowing that you'll lose. That's what a trainer's honor demands. So be it. Show me your best. I wonder why he does this. Is Venusaur the best grass type? I mean, if you like Venusaur, I guess. I like all three stars quite a bit, but my favorite was always Squirtle, Wartortle, and Blastoise in Gen 1. Gen 2 for me was always Cyndaquil, Quilava, Typhlosion. And then Gen 3, forward, it's all grass type. I love Trico, I love Turtwig, I love Snivy, I love Rowlet, I love Grookey. I mean, all of those, they're so amazing. But the Gen 1 for me, always my favorite was like Squirtle, all the way down to, you know, Blastoise. And then, you know, in Johto again, it was always like Cyndaquil to Typhlosion. But after that, I don't know what it was just always grass tops. But the first two generations were just different for me. Kurama from Yu Yu Hakusho, I could see that. Because of the vines. Yeah, I could see it with the flowers too, like the rose kind of thing. You're challenged by Gym Leader Brock. Lucario is your favorite? Lucario is amazing as far as a Pokemon goes. I don't really know if I have a favorite Pokemon. Well, I know it's Togepi, Togetic, and Togekiss, but I don't know. Yeah, I guess I'd just leave it at that. I was gonna say a Pokemon kind of like Lucario, but I mean, I'm a big Lucario fan too. But my overall favorite Pokemon is definitely Togepi, Togetic, Togekiss. Always gonna be. Always. Love them so much. Is Lucario based off Anubis? I'm not really sure. I could see that if it was. But yeah, I'm not really sure. I am going to switch Pokemon because I want Bellsprout to be the big finish. I'm going to switch to Nidoran. And kind of do what I can. I'm not going to try to kill out Nidoran. If it happens, it happens though. I'm going to try to use Poison Sting. Maybe try to land a Poison. Then also try to heal up Bellsprout. Then send Bellsprout back in to finish up Onix here. Wait, what? Frying pan into a drying pan? It's like an Egyptian fighting Pokemon? That's cool. They can sense aura like the Anubis or something? Literally, I didn't know that though, but that is cool. I could see it though, especially like the way its like face looks and everything. I wish the poison rate was a little stronger, but it's okay. Okay, sorry, I did accidentally sack out my Nidoran. But I want Bellsprout to kind of bring it home here. Leonara had a frying pan? I don't really get it. I feel like there's a reference I don't really get, but that's okay. Okay, sorry Nidoran. Bellsprout needed more health. It's... Oh man, I haven't watched the anime, especially season 1, in a long time. Oh, the Unova gym leader. I feel you now. It's also been a while since I played the Unova games. Oh man, I was really hoping Bellsprout would survive that. It's okay. It's okay. We got Eevee. That double kick will probably bring it home. Should be faster, I think. Come on, double kick. Bring us home. Oh yeah, just one kick's all it took. Pikachu got that quick attack. It seems I underestimated you. You got 1,920 for winning. As proof of your victory, take an official Pokemon League badge. A Boulder badge. We are incredibly underleveled for that. You got a Boulder badge from Brock. With the Boulder badge, Pokemon up to level 20 from other trainers will listen to you without question. Oh, and wait, take this with you too. TM01 headbutt from Brock. In the TM case goes the TM. If you use a TM or technical machine, you can teach your Pokemon to move within it. A TM can't be used as many times as you like, so use it on any Pokemon you want. That one contains headbutt. It deals damage to your opponent's Pokemon by ramming them with a head as hard as rock. You feel like there could have been better Gen 1 Pokemon. Some were not needed. You gotta go now. Much love, right back at you, Tyler. Thank you so much for watching, and I really appreciate you sticking around and jumping in over on Facebook. It was really awesome, and again, I really appreciate that. But honestly, there was like a weird set list when it came down to things with the original Pokemon, because the devs had already had like a bunch of Pokemon. Some of them got released all along the way in different like generations and stuff like that. And yeah, it was a weird thing how they chose like the originals. It was like based on how they thought like people would feel about how they look, how they acted, how they responded to like certain ages of people, and then how parents thought about them too. So there was like a lot of math and like determination and other things like that that was actually pitted with the first generation of Pokemon. Hey, you there, newbie. Don't tell me. You gotta beat Zombles, right? I am, that's amazing. How did you know that? Cause you look just like my gramps said. I'm blue. I heard from my grandpa that 2 new kids set out from Pallet Town to become trainers, just like I did once. So I came to check it. So I came to check you out. That's weird. I was thinking you might want some advice on how to beat the gym from an expert trainer like me, but looks like I showed up too late, huh? Seems you're not too shabby yourself, so I guess you've earned a reward, newbie. 5 great balls. That's funny. Put the great balls in the catching thingy. Those will even be even better for catching Pokemon. than plain old Pokeballs. And hey, that thing you got there, that's a Pokédex, right? So Grabs fondly went and made one. He used to make me just scribble on a map with a pencil belt where I encountered Pokemon. You'd better do a good job helping him out. It may be Professor Oak to you. And sure, he's an old coot, but he's still my Gramps. Smell you later, newbie. It was complicated with the original ones, yeah. Like I said, it came down to a lot of things, like in a sales point, a lot of mathematical points, trying to see what would appeal to kids and parents, and then like not leave people like immediately like scared, because I mean we never had anything like that before. You know, there was like some games like I think Magic already existed, but it wasn't in this scale of like Pokemon. And with saying that, I am gonna heal my Pokemon really quick here at the Pokemon Center. I'm gonna take a very quick restroom break, and I'll be right back. Alright, sorry about that. And thank you so much. Yeah, chill music. You can actually, if you're ever curious about listening to this music off the stream, Notbot has something that like scrolls through every now and then, and says something about a playlist on the YouTube channel, or you can just go to the YouTube channel, go to the playlist, and there's actually a spot there called Music. And, yeah, it's like all the music that plays on the stream. It's actually copyright-free music, so if you're a streamer yourself and you want to use any of that music as well, you can even play that whole playlist. And, I get no credit for saying that. I don't know any of these artists. It's all off the no copyright YouTube library. But I do actually, when I choose my music, take the time to go through and I try to like think of where I'm gonna start the stream, all the way down to the point of what might happen at a certain point and what music might hype up the situation better, or keep a situation that's going a little slow, maybe have a little more hype there, or a moment that's just really chill, where we're just like sitting here and talking and trading thoughts. So I've really thought a lot about the music that's on that playlist. And it's always coming and going. Things do change. Sometimes some of the music, unfortunately, gets a copyright, which is a good kudos to the artist, but a lot of times it makes it harder for the streamer, because then you have to go through and change some things here and there. But definitely worth checking out sometime. I noticed something just now. There is an OG Kanto map just chilling over here. In color, that is. It looks just like the original map for back in the day, just in color. That is very cool. You kind of zoom in on it right here. That's very cool. Okay, let's switch some Pokemon around and get back to the journey. This game looks well done. From what I've seen already, I agree. I will say it's a little easier than what they were back in the day, but from what I've played, the only thing I can say I'm still not necessarily a fan of is the random encounters aren't battles, that you just have an option to catch the Pokemon. So if I had one thing I can take away from this game, it is that. It is a big deal to me. But it's okay, I mean, it's still fun. The graphics are a giant step forward. You prefer the original from nostalgia? The difficulty's there too, so I feel you. But, I mean, it's still good. I've enjoyed it from what I've played so far, from what I've seen so far as well. You like no battle encounters? I feel you there. Actually, I really like the battle encounters. Like, it's just a way that you can train better. Like, the endless catching of a Pokemon just seems exhausting to me. Catching the same Pokemon over and over and over rather than battling the same Pokemon over and over. That's just me, though. I mean, I feel like catching the same Pokemon over and over is the same gist of things, as far as being repetitive. It's just a little bit more of a challenge to a wild encounter too, compared to just like... Because I've already noticed a big curve in the game. Like, I've already found myself not wanting to catch a lot of the Pokemon that I've already caught, and having to continuously catch the same ones just seems so... I mean, again, I could definitely say repetitive and annoying. Not that I don't enjoy this game so far. It's been a lot of fun so far. Oh, you're a new trainer. I'm a coach trainer. Coach trainers are ones who stand in various places to train trainers. I'm one of them. We coach trainers are strong, if I do say so myself. If you want to try out your strength, you should definitely battle us. Okay. You're like someone who wants to try your own strength. Do you want to have a Pokemon battle with me, a coach trainer? Let's try it out. For me, it's Originals Blue version, Fire Red. Let's go. I feel ya. Gosh, I haven't played Red and Blue version in so long. I really couldn't tell you which one I would prefer over Leaf Green or Fire Red. I did enjoy Fire Red and Leaf Green just because you get running shoes. I thought they did very well. And the Let's Go so far from what I played, I mean, it's pretty good. And again, it's a giant step forward. But there's some parts of this where I'm just like wishing, like I miss the random encounters. I really do. As much as I like this system, I also dislike it quite a bit. I'm gonna send in Pidgey and hope I'm not just making a really crucial mistake here. If Pidgey does double, send in Pikachu. Pokemon Stadium was cool too. I was a decent fan of Pokemon Stadium. My only problem with it back then was I mostly played the mini games rather than doing the battles. I just wish that you could choose like your Pokemon's moves or had a little bit more of a touch to it. It's very nostalgic though. I did like it as well. It was one of the things I did like about in Sword and Shield when they did the Crown Tundra. What was it called? How did I forget so quickly? The Dynamax Adventures. They were really cool because it kind of had that like Pokemon Stadium feel. You'd choose random Pokemon, and you'd use those random Pokemon to kind of like take on more random Pokemon. The Lick of Time game was frustrating. Yeah, trying to get the sushi. I was so bad about eating the bad food. Why was Pikachu my second option there? I don't know. Let's go with Nidoran. It's not going to be a big difference. Bulbasaur is a poison type Pokemon. Oh, it's got a Peck. Very nice. I think the game that was actually the hardest for me was the Ekans Diglett game. I was not good at the Ekans Ring Toss game. In fact, I was horrible at it. I think Nidoran's gonna live. Awesome. Went down, Kareem. Gonna have to go heal some Pokemon really quick. You defeated a coach trainer just like that. In honor of your strength, I have a gift for you. A Revive. Very nice. We already know what it does. Revives will heal a Pokemon that's been knocked out. Something that a potion can't do. Be sure to use them wisely. There was the Kakuna one too. Yeah, I remember now where like they threw the rocks and you had to like use Harden for the Kakuna. Gosh, it's been so long since I played Pokemon Stadium. Like if I had to really put a number on it, I would say it's probably been at least 12 years probably. Maybe even longer since I played it. Let's get this autumn really quick. Hey, my shirts are cool, right? You can stare at them? Oh, would I? Looks like you could get Mewtwo and Stadium, but no, you had to transfer it from the red and blue. Man, I can't remember, honestly, if I even had it. I feel like we did, to be fair with you, but when we got Pokemon Stadium was a used copy. It wasn't brand new, so there was that as well, so... You never know. It was the same with our controllers, too. Like our memory cards that went to the back of your controller. Because when we actually got a Nintendo 64, we actually had a PlayStation before Nintendo 64. My brother, something happened, I can't remember what it was. It was kind of a tragic thing when we were kids, though. My grandparents felt really bad for him because he had to, like, stop doing something. I think it might have been around the time he stopped playing baseball. And he had to spend a lot of time indoors. So they felt really bad, so like they wanted to get him like a Nintendo 64. I still can't remember all the details, so... I'm gonna be vague with it because I really don't remember and I don't want to just like make up a fake memory, I guess. I don't know. But anyway, something happened with my brother and he ended up getting to like pick out like basically a gift, and he wanted a Nintendo 64. And my grandparents, we didn't grow up like rich kids. We didn't just get consoles when they first came out. We'd get them like later than everybody else normally would. In fact, you know, our first PlayStation 1, it was a gift from our stepdad. So, like, when it came to the Nintendo 64, our cousins had one, but me and my brother, we didn't. We ended up getting one a little bit later on, and it, like, my brother found an awesome deal at a local pawn shop, and my grandparents were, like, really good friends with the people at the pawn shop. Like, they've known them for, like, 40 plus years, probably. And what had happened with these people that literally just dropped off a Nintendo 64, like just dropped it off, and they didn't even process it through yet, and they'd paid just, you know, a small amount. You know how pawn shops work, I'm assuming. So anyway, they don't pay you the full amount of something's worth. They pay you a skirmish amount so they can sell it at whatever amount they want to. And they knew my grandparents very well. My grandparents explained the situation, told them that they were looking for a Nintendo 64, and they were like, well, we just got one, but we haven't processed it yet. And my grandparents went on to tell him that, you know, it's been hard to find one and all this other stuff, and told him, you know, they basically explained to him my brother had a spending limit, and that, like, basically the pawn shop was just, like, super cool, and they were like, you know what, we'll sell it to you for the price that we bought it for. And sold it to my grandmother, and the thing had, like, all the classics. It had, like, 2 controllers, which is already pretty awesome. It had the Rumble Pack, and then it had, like, the memory cards that would go into the back of the controller, but it also came with, like, 007 GoldenEye. We had Super Smash Bros. We had Mario 64. I think Pokemon Stadium was one of those. That one was either a cousin's game. We also had like StarCraft, just like a bunch of really awesome classics on the 64. It was a really great time. Tough times, you know. Yeah, Mew Glitch was one of the best. I don't even think I know the Mew Glitch. But yeah, like I said, you know, I didn't grow up like a rich kid. I grew up with my grandparents, and we got what we got when we got it. Most of the time we had to like save up our allowance for it, which wasn't much. Growing up with your grandparents, you could only imagine what an allowance from your grandparents might be. Or from my grandparents. I know everybody's grandparents are different. We're still here, YouTube. You've done it to me twice. Okay, there we go. GoldenEye, that game was a classic. Remember playing that game? Always had your characters' heads big for no reason. Oh yeah, that was fun stuff. I'm actually semi-excited about the new 007 game they've announced that's going to come out kind of soonish, more recently. Man, there hasn't been a 007 game in years. GoldenEye was like the Call of Duty back then, you know? Old split screen multiplayer. Star Fox 2, that was another one, Star Fox. Some of the games are kind of coming to me. We had a Donkey Kong Country game too, but like the game only worked like half the time, so I can't really say we had it. Like literally one day it would work, then the next day it just wouldn't work. We had to get lucky with it. Miss those times. Now we have is, yeah, I feel ya. I feel ya. The days we have these, it is crazy. Really, one of the things that probably gets to me the most about like times these days is like everything back then was so simplistic and you could make the best out of it. And these days, like on the Switch here, for instance, like I've got like a bunch of like Super Nintendo classics and Nintendo classics downloaded. My brother had told me about it beforehand, because he was wanting his son to like download that stuff onto his Switch. But my nephew was just like talking about how old the games looked and stuff like that, and it made me cringe on the end. So like, ugh. But I get it though. He's grown up in an age where like, I mean, look at the graphics on video games these days. You know, they're like 60 frames plus per second. I mean, there's people who hop their PCs up to like 180 frames or like 120 to like 180. We got like 4K pixelation. It's freaking insane. And like, we grew up with like 16-bit, 8-bit, 16-bit, all the way up to 32-bit, or even getting into the 64-bit on 64. Man, it's just crazy to think like how much things have changed since then. I mean, look at Pokemon. Look how far that's came. 25 years, and it's at, like, I guess you can't say at this point because this game came out in 2018, but, like, Sword and Shield. That's why 90s and early 2000s kids were the best because of how simple it was. Like how it's supposed to be. Yeah, at times these days, things, they don't last very long. Also, kids these days don't have much of an attention span. But, I mean, they have so many things that surround their faces. I mean, I understand that, too. Like, everything's got a screen on it. Pretty much almost everything's touchscreen at that. Should have switched Pokemon. Don't know why I didn't, but it's okay. My dog is sleeping in like the craziest position right now. It blows my mind how animals can sleep. Don't get me wrong. I get it, they're small, but my dog can sleep in like the most ridiculous ways ever. Like she has her like face literally laying on one of her back legs, laying on her stomach with her tail behind her back. And she heard me talking about her. Come here, Choco. Come here. Remember when you used to have the Razor phone? It cost a lot back then. Now they have the new one. I never had to, like, it was very weird for me with cell phones. I didn't get to have a cell phone until I was in high school when I played football. And my first phone was actually a prepaid phone. It was like a Go phone, if you remember those. It was something from It was right before AT&T started just being solely AT&T. They were still singular. If you remember that. It's really digging back. She's living her best life. She really is. Choco's. She really is such a good dog. But, yeah, back before AT&T was just AT&T, it was like singular back then. That was when I had my first cell phone. It was a Go phone. And, it was like this thick boy flip phone. It was like literally that thick. And it was a flip phone. And I couldn't text people, or it would use minutes. If you remember what that's like with prepaid cell phones, where they used minutes instead of actual, like, data plans for like a month. And yeah, that was my first cell phone. I was 14, and it, like I said, it was like this just thick ass flip phone. You couldn't do anything on it at all. The only game that was on it was this game called like Snake or something, and I still to this day don't get how to play that game. Flip phones, OG phones, and like gosh, I had that phone for a while. I remember though the last time, really struggling back in the day. No kidding. I had that phone for a bit. My second phone was a Blackjack. It was like a BlackBerry, but it was like the AT&T singular version of that. And that was when I actually got moved to a cell phone plan off like the Go plan. It was a little bit different then. It had like a full keyboard on it, but it was so complicated. But I thought it was super cool because I had a South Park game on it, which was, I look back down, it was just like so horrible because it was a side scroller, very horribly put together South Park game. It was extremely hard to play, but I thought it was the coolest shit ever. Blackberries were good back then. I never actually had a Blackberry, so I don't know much about it. I had a Blackjack, which is basically the same thing, but again, it was like the AT&T singular, their brand version, and I mean, it was cool. It was very cool. I had it for like a while, actually, but yeah, it was back before we had touchscreens for sure. Hi, I like shorts. They're comfy and easy to wear. Oh, you're wearing shorts too. Nokia phones too. I actually never had a Nokia phone, but my grandparents and my mom did. They had so many of those Nokia phones. Those like, they were basically like this, like the little, they're a little bit bigger than this actually. They were about like that much bigger than these. My grandparents had like one of those OG brick cell phones though. You couldn't do anything with it. Your friends would be like, call me, and would have to be like, I can't until the weekend because I don't have minutes. Yeah, I remember that. Oh, what a time. Oh, man. That's really taking a look back. The old minutes era. I'm very glad because I still use prepaid these days. I use it like a cell phone plan because it just comes out automatically. But back then, like, prepaid was just so broken. And a scam. If you look at it then compared to now, it was such a scam. You'd pay like $45 for like 120 minutes. Like, I hear that and I'm like, my God, I accumulate way more than 2 hours in a month talking to Stacy on the phone just at breaks at work. And only pay like $45 a month for my cell phone service. So like, yeah, I just could never imagine. Sometimes it's a good thing. It's some real bullshit. Yeah, it was. It was a scam back then. There was so many things because they had the technology like they do now to make it that much more available. But it was all about the money that they could gouge out of people back then. Are you a trainer? Let's get to it right away. Jesus, we just met. For real. I was talking to Stacy about that with the kids the other day. Like, see, I actually grew up super old school. A lot of people still didn't grow up the way I did. Like, I grew up with my grandparents, like a lot of people know, but we actually had a garden I had to work in every single spring and summer. And honestly, like, early fall, because there's some crops that just come around early fall. So, like, my whole life, I legitimately had to work in a garden. Not just that, my grandparents still use wood heat. So, during the late summer, early fall, and late fall, I had to bust wood for our grandparents have a thing called a wood stove, which, it's not like a fireplace at all. It's legitimately a big-ass stove that generates a lot of heat. And that's how we grew up at my grandparents'. They didn't have central heat and air. They had window units, and they lived in a house that was converted from a trailer into a house. So this thing didn't have your traditional windows that you could open during the middle of the hot season. You literally had to roll this thing out and hope a gust of wind would blow in. And I talk to Stacy about that all the time. Like, the kids sometimes will complain about so many things, but like, gosh, if only they knew. And I hate to sound like an old person, because, you know, your parents would say that all the time. You know, you'd be watching a show, you'd like, these cartoons are dumb. Cartoons back in my day were so much better. You know, it's just like an adult thing. I guess we all grow into it eventually. And it was one of those things I was talking to Stacey about, like, these kids, like, they don't know a hard life. Like, they talk about all this stuff, like, this is hard, it sucks. And I'd be like, I literally had to, like, bust wood to be warm as a child. Or, like, we had to work in a garden every year. And to make money, I actually had to do work. Like, I had to work in a hayfield at my Uncle Jim's. His hayfield and his chicken houses. I had to do that every summer to make money. So I could buy things, like more time for my cell phone. Because I was too young to get a real job, and, like, you know, just things like that. And just, jeepers. I mean, it's super old school. A lot of kids don't have to grow up that way, especially in the 90s, of course. I mean, we had things like Easy Mac and Dunkaroos and, like, Hamburger Helper all along the way, but, yeah. Experience the time when the new generation won't understand the struggles. 80s, 90s was a hard time. Yeah, see, I was born in 93, but, yeah, it was just like, yeah, I mean, things were definitely different than what they are now. You barely see people even make gardens. I mean, now you actually do. Given the times, much more people are trying to go more rustic and actually do gardens these days, which is actually a cool thing to promote. But when I was younger, though, I was like the only kid I know whose parents legitimately had a freaking garden, and I had to work in it every year. My friends were like, hey, can you do this? I'd be like, no, I can't. Saturday morning, I gotta wake up at like 7 a.m. to go work in the garden. You're like, a garden? Lame. We're going to the skate rink. Have fun. Your uncle has a whole garden. See, that's really cool, though. I actually love hearing it when people still do that. Like, my grandparents and my mom, they do it every year. My uncle kind of does. My grandpa actually does it on my uncle's land, but yeah, he kind of does it. But yeah, it's something you don't see a lot. Grows his own food. It's crazy. See, that's how my grandparents, they still do it. My grandparents are both in their 70s now, and they both still do a garden every single year. Still have the wood heat, still bust fire for the wood heat and everything. But I mean, it's just how they were raised, though. Definitely different times. It used to get on my nerves so much as a kid. I was telling Stacy about it the other day. Like, my grandparents used to do this thing to me every year where they'd be like, you don't know what hard is, and, you know, they'd tell me all this stuff, and, like, the big thing that they would do is, like, I'm actually about to purchase this Magikarp. Don't hate on me. This is a good deal. Like, as a kid, I thought this was a horrible deal, and it was dumb. As an adult, if you know Gyarados, you know, this is a steal right here to get this early in the game. But I'll finish the story and then I'll read this, but my grandparents always used to give that, you know, it's harder. But legitimately, they did grow up harder, you know, and we did have it a lot easier, even though I still had to work in the garden. But the biggest thing that they would kill me with every year is you eat out of this garden too. That's why you gotta work in it. But there would legitimately be days where we'd be out there picking black-eyed peas, and I'd be like, I don't even like peas. And they were like, you eat them? And I was like, no, I don't. The days you're having peas, I go make ramen. If you had money, you'd want to live the farm life. No cap. The farm life honestly isn't bad, especially now given the times. But you live in wilderness almost. And a lot of animals would be in it. There's actually cool things that you could do to mitigate that. My grandparents, my mom, my uncle, they all kind of live in like rustic areas as well. So there is ways to mitigate that. Would you get a bunch of chickens and cows and farm? And you're from the hood? Hey, there's nothing wrong with that. See, I live in northwest Georgia, so it's a really mountainous region. Lots of woods. If you watch a lot of the vlogs, they kind of sometimes see the different areas. It's mostly outside of my town. I film not in it. My town is very small. Like, very small. And, again, it's like the northwestern mountains of Georgia and the lower parts of the Appalachians. And I don't actually live in the mountain. I live like at the base of the mountain, so we definitely have a lot of wild critters around here, so to speak. Farmers around here just have different ways to mitigate it. My grandpa actually has like 3 different ways he does it. Planting hot peppers, fences, of course, and he does like, he plants certain things around the garden that will attract animals to come to that and not the rest of the things, like horrible field corn. Field corn. That's living in the city, love. More of a farm person. I feel you. I mean, I've grown up on a farm. It's something Stacey and I both talked about that we want to do when we move. She's more on the pets kind of farm thing, and I've always lived a farm life as in like a way of like living, so we'll mitigate a way of that, I'm sure, later on. But I mean, I'm just a big animal lover too, so there's that. Chicago. Hey, I've only been to Chicago once. It was when I was, let's see, how old was I? I think I was 15. It was the only time I've ever been to Chicago. We made a pit stop because I was like, my grandfather wanted to take me from a trip. I live in Georgia, and he wanted to take me to California. But he wanted to stop in like a lot of the states along the way to do like certain staple things that him and my dad did when my dad was a kid. And one of the things when we were passing Chicago, because we left to the west, drove completely north, and then went farther west up north, and then went to California, drove through Southern California up to Northern California, into Oregon, all the way back down to Southern California, then through the southern states all the way back to Georgia again. But when we went to Chicago, I wanted to make a point to stop and get some like actual Chicago pizza. I don't think I'll ever forget that. Hello there, laddie. I've got a deal just for you. I'll let you have a secret Pokemon, a Magikarp, for just $500. So buy it, am I right? Of course. Again, as an adult, I found out that's a steal. Even though you can catch a Magikarp all throughout the game, getting one this early, it's a good deal. Especially now, like all your Pokemon, they just level up all at the exact same time. Back when we were kids, like, you know, in the older games, that wasn't a thing. You had to put an experience share on this thing if you had one. And if you didn't, you just had to do it the hard way, putting it at the front of your party and switching it out constantly. But now, as an adult in the newer games, you can just pop this thing in your party, let it sit in the back, and it'll eventually be a Gyarados. You went to Chicago and missed your chance at getting Chicago pizza? Oh, man. I'm sorry, Rez. Maybe you'll get another chance. That's the cool part about being an adult these days. We get a lot of chances. A1, hello, how are you? Thank you for jumping in over on YouTube. It's like the only thing I asked my grandpa when we were actually in Chicago. He asked me if I wanted to do anything, and at the time I didn't know a lot of things about Chicago. So it was like the one thing that I'd asked that we could do is like stop and get some actual Chicago pizza. And man, it was like, again, it was amazing. It was kind of like a surprise trip, though, when I went with my grandfather. It was something he wanted to do after my dad had passed on. That's why we tried to do a lot of things that the two had done when my dad was a kid. Got many shinies on this? No, this was literally my first playthrough of this game ever. A1. So I have no shinies right now. No shinies or no legendaries or anything, really. I just got a few random catches here and there and stuff like that. Again, it's my first playthrough. I do have a lot of shinies in my Pokemon Sword run through, but in this, no, I don't have any. Not even one. Wasn't there like... There used to be a rock out here that you could interact with. I don't remember which one it was. I'm pretty sure there used to be a rock back in the day that you could interact with out here, and it had an autumn on it. I don't know if that's still a thing in this game or not. Like the hidden rock autumns. Like looking in trash cans and stuff. We'll battle this guy really quick. I guess not. Maybe there is, I don't know. Maybe I just looked at it the wrong way, or I don't know. We'll see. Hello there, I'm a coach. Let's just do this. It's so hard to read trainer banter. They don't really give a much love for Soul. Chain on like 100. Whew. Thank you for the good luck, though. Am I a Smash Bros. Player? Current Smash Bros. No. I played back in the day. But currently, it's nothing against the game. I would love to have it. It's just, as basically a co-parent and an adult with bills and living on our own. I get to play certain games. Like, I'm currently playing our girl's, Let's Go Eevee. This was her Christmas present. I do have my own games, obviously, but as far as the Switch goes, I have the least amount of games of anything. I do want to get Smash Bros. Though. The only thing that I don't like about it, which I don't have it, I'll say again, but I do hate that they did the Mortal Kombat route with releasing all these characters through paid DLC. I'm hoping they'll come out with like a complete version of the game, so I can avoid all that. I would really love to play Smash Brothers though. And get Sephiroth. Yeah, no, I really want to. I really like from what I've seen with the trailer of Sephiroth. I've watched pretty much everything with the whole Sephiroth thing and the interactions and the banter that they added to the game between him and Cloud. I loved the trailer. I legitimately thought he stabbed Mario and I almost had a heart attack. But yeah, I really do want to get Smash Brothers. Or Smash Bros. I mean, gosh, I've wanted to get Mario Kart for the Switch as well. The only actual Mario title I have for the Switch is Mario Party. Which, I haven't streamed it. I don't know if I ever even will. It's just something Stacy and I play when we get a chance. DLC was something new. I like the idea of DLC, but they've released a lot, and it is very expensive to pick up every single one of those characters. So I would really love to see a completed version of that game with all the character roster. I'd be more inclined to pick it up a lot faster. You know, it's really growing on me using this little thing to play this game. Like at first, I didn't think I'd like it. I was hit and miss with it. The longer I've got this in my hand, and I'm just like looking at the chat, scrolling through the game, doing its own thing, kinda getting more and more into it. Oh, I love that Jesse and James is in this game. Looks like there's nothing here. Then let's just search farther in. You were eavesdropping on us just now, weren't you? Meowth? You were supposed to be keeping watch. Meowth. We know there's rare fossils buried around here somewhere. If you got any, you'd better hand them over to us, twerp. That's right. If anyone's going to profit off those rare fossils, it's going to be us. You can get Charmander in here? Really? They got Banjo and Kazooie? Yeah, no. The character roster on the game now is just insane to me. I think it's very cool though. I mean, there's like Joker from Persona. Like, literally, is it red in the game, or is it just like, yeah, was the most up for you? Banjo and Kazooie? Really? Yeah, after Minecraft. Yeah, I saw that they added Steve. Didn't they add the girl to, what is her name? Is it Jessie? Yeah, that character roster, it is large. Also like that the fact that they added Sephiroth. I know Cloud's been in it before. I think anyway, or was he new to this one? I don't know. I didn't play much of Smash Bros. I was gonna say I didn't, but I have played Smash Bros on the Wii. I never owned it. I never actually had my own Wii. My mom has one, oddly enough, but I never had a Wii. My last console I had from Nintendo was the GameCube. I've had every handheld, but the actual last console I had was a GameCube, which is weird, again, because my mom had a Wii. Joker's a top tier character in Smash? Really? You ever played Smash Bros? It's a fun game. I haven't played the new one, I'll give you that. But, they have been fun games. I played mostly Smash on 64 back in the day. That's honestly where I played the most Super Smash Bros. Roy, Cloud, Marth, Zelda. They got all the swordsmen. Let Pidgey learn quick attack. Let's get rid of tackle. I wonder. Oh man, there used to be like items in these things too. Got us a Geodude. Let's go ahead and catch one. It's kind of weird. I kind of see like how this is going with these, with like the wild Pokemon encounters. How like the further in the game you go, like the difficulty is going to be on catching them instead of like some of being easier than others, or it being like a kind of a how would I put it, like more like a random catch, I guess you could say. Your plans for 21 is to get out of the hood, save money, and buy a farm? Hey, I hope you have very good luck with that. Miggy, I'm actually not trying to do any trades right now. I don't really have anything to trade either. Literally, it's my first playthrough of this game. First time I played the game. And, I'm just trying to have like a little natural playthrough before I do any trades or anything like that. Not trying to have like an advantage curve in the game either. I just really want a really natural playthrough before I ever try to do any trades. Like I said, it's my first time playing Let's Go Eevee. I'm just trying to like treat it like the first time playing any Pokemon game, just trying to like mitigate my way through it without pretty much anything, you know, and just trying to do a very natural playthrough with it. Thank you though. Mod, hello, how are you? After you catch loads of the same Pokemon, the catch rates go up? Really? Do you remember me? Mod. Yeah, I remember. And I'm glad you could make it. There's suspicious characters like around the cave, and you are. It's funny. What up, Kent? It's weird that there's a bug catcher in this cave. I mean, in hindsight, it would make sense, but in other ways, it's just like, what? Yeah, let's just finish it up with a quick attack again. Channel deserves more subscribers. Hey, I appreciate that. I'd spread things out, like I stream on YouTube, Twitch, and Facebook all at the exact same time, and the following, it gets spread out. I've been streaming for a bit, but everybody that, you know, wants to, like, subscribe and help out and all that stuff and, you know, leave likes on the videos, I always appreciate it. It definitely helps me out a lot. I would most definitely love to make this my full-time job, but I enjoy the time that I get to spend doing it, though. Always enjoy getting to have the conversations we have and meeting new people along the way. But again, thank you for that. It's a really nice compliment. I don't really feel like I needed to save, but I feel like I'm just gonna do it anyway. Like, go ahead and get it out of the way. That way we can kind of like make it through the cave here, or the mountain, so to speak. Do I have a Charmander? Not yet. Not yet. Honestly, if I get lucky, I'll catch one if I find one in the wild, but to be fair, I'll probably end up just getting the one the game gives to you. What? I went in for my friends to find me here. She's got some attitude. It's okay. It does? Yeah, see, I heard that you can get, like, Bulbasaur in Viridian Forest, and you can get Charmander in this cave, too. That blows my mind. What is my favorite Pokemon? A1, it'll blow your mind. It is actually Togepi, Togetic, and Togekiss. Like, the evolutionary form of Togepi, I love it so much. It's always been my favorite. Fun fact, I don't have to go far. This is actually a shirt Stacy got for me. Hopefully, the camera will do it justice. Rez, I was wanting actually you to see this, bro. Ugh, it is an amazing t-shirt. And everybody that's here, I'm sure you'll appreciate it if you're a Pokemon fan as well. One of my favorite colors is yellow. So she was able to pick out like this custom shirt. Let me see if I can like adjust this so the camera angle hit it just right. It is a Togepi t-shirt. Ugh, don't do me wrong, green screen. Okay, we'll just switch it to this camera really quick. This will do the justice. Unless that camera just wants to beef out on me. Anyway, it's a yellow Togepi shirt. And Togepi's chowing down on some ramen. It's an amazing t-shirt. Sorry, the green screen's kind of like... Oh, wait. The camera! I think it's gonna... be... dead. For some reason. Oh well. Anyway, it is a very cool shirt. The other camera is just being wonky right now. But yeah, it is a shirt Stacy recently picked up for me. It is an amazing shirt. Togepi chilling, eating some spicy ramen. But yeah, I love Togepi. Love Togepi so much. It's weird how it became my favorite Pokemon. Everybody that I know when I was a kid that got Pokemon 2000 the movie, it came with a promo card. And most people got Lugia, but for some reason our copy didn't come with Lugia. It came with Neo Genesis Togepi. And I'll never be able to explain that. I still have the card in my bedroom. I think it's even in German. And I still to this day could not explain how that happened. In our VHS copy, everybody got a Lugia, except for us. My cousins and my brother, none of them even wanted it when they saw it. There was like, everybody's fighting over who was going to get the Lugia card. It was just like this whole thing. My grandparents like, hey, calm down. If y'all can't decide, or if y'all are going to just fight about it, we'll just take it. We open up the movie, and there's a Neo Genesis German Togepi sitting there, and nobody wanted it. And I was like, I'll take it. And since then, Togepi has been like my favorite Pokemon ever since. You love Noodles? Your favorite Pokemon is Ninetales. Ninetales is really awesome. Have I watched Futurama? I have watched Futurama. Love Futurama. Let's not skip your favorite Pokemon. Oh yeah, Togepi should have been a Gen 1 mon. It was literally in the Gen 1 anime. Yeah, that's true. I could see that. Raldo, hello? And sorry, I don't really have very many notifications on Facebook turned on. I need to get more integrated with it. Actually, of all the things I stream on Twitch, Facebook, and YouTube, all at the exact same time, Geraldo, but that is the one I've been the slowest on getting my notifications up on. I need to. I really do. Is Neo Genesis Togepi expensive? Not really, no. Hopefully we're around to see cars flying and technology improving. So is Ho-Oh. Yeah. And Donphan. That's true. Both of those were also in Gen 1. Donphan's the Pokemon the first movie. Ho-Oh is like in the first episode. But again, that kind of plays into that action. A lot of the Pokemon, when they were all like being decided on which would be the Gen 1 sellers, it came down to a big thing. A lot of them already existed. I feel like there was more too, and I can't think of any right now. Meryl and Snubble too, yeah. Meryl and Snubble. From like the little Pikachu short film thing. Meryl was actually meant to be in Gen 1, I'm pretty sure. If I read correctly, I could be wrong, I'd have to go back and research it again, so take that with a grain of salt. But I'm pretty sure that, based on Phoenix? Yeah, I think so. But I'm pretty sure Meryl was supposed to be in Gen 1, and then it got re-scripted out, and then basically got put on hold for Gen 2. And I could be wrong, but I do know it's supposed to be a Pikachu variant. You're pretty fast, kid. Oop, there's this Zubat. It's Tawny. What is the point in telling me that? It's a Tawny Zubat. Gorochu? Who is Gorochu? Do you collect cards? I do. I don't have the biggest vintage collection, sadly. I collected a lot as a kid, and then as I got older, it was a lot harder at certain points. Like my teenage years, I didn't collect at all. My grandparents and my parents just literally thought that they were like pieces of cardboard, so they'd throw them away. So a lot of my vintage stuff, my mom has some stuff somewhat put away at her old place, but for the most part, I do have a collection, and I've got some vintage, mostly like Jungle, second edition, and the Fossil generation from the Gen 1 Pokemon era. That's as far about as vintage as like I don't have any first editions. And then I've got some other things from other collections along the way, and I've most recently started collecting all over again. But yeah, from actual vintage stuff, not as much as I would like. The 800 base stat ain't no joke. Gorochu, a real one. Just ordered some more stuff today. Very cool. Yeah, I love to collect Pokemon cards. Again, it's mostly been something I've more recently got into. Both of the kids, well, the older two, the babies, obviously not into it, but the older two kids we have, they're really into Pokemon these days and really into Pokemon cards. And them being into it kind of like flooded into me getting back into it as well. It's been really nice having like a little hobby we can all share. But yeah, I've been definitely getting more into things. I'm really looking forward to this year with like the 25th anniversary Pokemon cards coming out, how they're kind of like doing some reprints of the vintage ones. Also, like, you know, we have, what is it, Shining Fates coming out soon? And Battle Styles I don't know a lot about. Shining Fates and the 25th anniversary collection I am very into, though. You got some vintage, but no first edition. Yeah, first edition, it's really hard to get your hands on them these days, especially a lot of people getting them graded by, you know, like the, you know, PSA and all kinds of other things like that. But yeah, first edition, that's some hard ones to get your hands on. I am going to take a very quick restroom break, possibly the last with the nut. No promises there. I will say possibly, though. I'm going to grab a drink, take a quick restroom break. I'll make it super quick, and I'll be right back. If you want to stick around, this is the greatest time for you to go grab a snack while we're on the final stretch of the stream. I'm probably going to keep going till Celadon City, and I'll probably call the stream about there. Make it through the cave Mount Moon here, but just give me give me just a moment. Sorry. I'll be right back. Man, if they saw somebody pulling a OG Charizard in the hood, you'd be surrounded like a flock of birds. Oh yeah. Honestly, Charizard, like first edition Charizard, that is literally a chunk of gold right there these days. In the hood or not, around anywhere, if you pull out a straight up holographic shadowless first edition Charizard, you are literally holding a chunk of gold. What? Don't sneak up on me. Bro, you snuck up on me. But yeah, it's insane these days how, like, Charizard has become such a popular Pokemon. It is very cool. I'm not saying it isn't. Not trying to diminish it in any way. It's just, it blows my mind how popular it got from the start and how popular it still is and how how much the worth of those cards are even still to this day, and how much more they were from, I remember like back in the day, like a, let's say, and I guess about like the year 1999, you could get a holographic first edition Charizard for $120. That thing sells for like $500,000 now. Charizard is its own currency. It really is. Like I said, I mean, if you have a flawless Charizard, it can literally go to close to $1 million. But yeah, the most sale rate right now is like $500,000 for like a first edition shadowless Charizard holographic. But it's just so much money. Again, like 1999, that thing was like $120, which is insane because I remember wanting that card so bad. I can't remember why my dad was letting me do something. I ended up getting something for my Game Boy Advance. I can't remember what it was. But we saw a holographic Charizard in a local card store here. The place ended up closing down. It used to be in a local mall. And I remember seeing it. And it was only $70. And I was telling my dad, I was like, that thing's usually $120. Can I get it, please? And he was like, I'm not about to spend that much money on a piece of cardboard. I'm like, Dad, you don't understand. That thing's usually $120. Please. I was like begging him. And it never happened. And now looking back to this day, like, all these years later, I'm like, oh my god. $70 for a card that could go to be worth nearly $500,000 is just bonkers. Charizard will always stay, yeah, it really will. Fire top, and I guess fire is really cool element that attracts attention. Also, I mean, it's a dragon, 70, and now it's worth like a damn fortune. Yeah, I know. I'll never forget that. It's one of those things. My dad never understood like my card collections as a kid, which is crazy because my dad and myself, we collected comic books my whole life. I have a multitude of comic books. I don't even know how many I've got. I've got so many comic books. I literally don't know how many I have. It's a lot. And my dad was always like super cool with me collecting comic books. We always like bonded together with like superheroes and stuff like that. I've talked about it before, like when my dad passed away, how I've like continued his collection onward. It was like a way that we could like bond, you know, even with you know, him not being around. But it was never that way with Pokemon cards, unfortunately. Which is crazy, because he'd let me, like, divulge into, like, so many things. He'd buy me the Pokemon games, he'd take me to the theater to see every Pokemon movie. But, no. When it came to the cards, it was garbage. To him. Not to me. It was, like, it's always been, like, gold to me. Your dad was the same way? Yeah. It's so crazy to think, like, looking back now, it's just like, oh my god. Big mistake. Yeah. I think you had one when you was at school. Sold all your Pokemon stuff at a car boot and bought an Xbox 360. Oh man, how parents didn't understand collecting Pokemon cards even though they collected comic books. It's the same thing. Yeah, my dad was big on, see, that's a crazy thing with my dad too. He had like basketball cards. So yeah, I never got it either. Smart Gaming, hello. Blue Collar Gamer. How you doing, Blue Collar? How have you been? Glad you could make it. But yeah, that's exactly the spirit of that. And Blue Collar, how's the gaming going? How's that PC treating you? Your dad was right though. How he's supposed to know how much it would be. That is very true. I mean, he could have spent $70 on something that was just, to him at the time, you know, it was worthless. And who ever actually thought that a Pokemon card would be worth like $500,000? But like Rez said, I mean, it kind of goes the same with like comic books, though. There are so many comic books my dad bought that he thought was going to be so much. Like, I have probably a stack of at least probably 60 Archie comic books. You might have parents and uncles or grandparents who saved Archie comic books. Let me tell you, Archie comic books are the most worthless comic books that you could have, because everybody thought that they were going to be worth something. Everybody thought Archie comic books were going to be worth something. Everybody saved them because of that, and because the fact that everybody saved them makes them that much more worthless. Even my dad saved them. And again, I've got like somewhere between 60 and 70 of them, I know. I don't know the exact number. I know I've got a lot, but they're the most worthless comic books of all time. You got nostalgia, and that's priceless. But legitimately, as far as value, they're sheer worthless. Just chilling. Worked at the restaurant. Going to the warehouse. Man, you really do work a lot. Working on a Pokemon run. Hey, which Pokemon game you working on, Blue Collar? Mankey. I'm actually going to switch out really quick because I don't want my Eevee to die. I assume it probably knows, it might just know Scratch right now, but I don't really want to take that risk. Let's switch out to Pidgey. When Charizard was released in the 90s, a lot of people knew that the card was expensive, but putting a first edition JJ was near impossible. Well, it really just depended on your comic book shop, really. Actually, there was a lot of first editions out there. A lot less than most, I will admit. A lot less than most, especially having the right centering of the card and a lot of other things that go into like actually grading cards as well. But believe it or not, there was actually a lot of prints though. There's still first edition boxes out there that are still unopened. And that is very true. The market automatically knew. Like comic book shops again selling it for like 120 bucks, like right at the base. It was a pretty rare card to find, but as far as actual rarity goes, if you look at it from a long point and stand, the reason it's so rare these days is because a bunch of just kids that traded cards. I mean, like, I know I had a first edition Charizard probably 2 or 3 times as a kid. And it was just one of those things where, like, there was other Pokemon that I locked, and I was just like, yeah, you know. I never had a holographic, though. Never had a first holographic Charizard, or first edition holographic Charizard, especially Shadowless. Hell no, I never had that shit. I always wanted it. But I've had, like, a Charizard here and there, and I just, like, trade it. Like, I remember I had a non-holo Charizard that was second edition that ended up trading for a dark holographic Typhlosion, which to this day I still regret selling. I ended up selling it to a kid for like 20 bucks, and that is another super expensive card these days. And yeah, so see, like the rarity back then was mostly like, this is the part that sucks too, like the bigger picture of it all. If you really do the research, they were pretty rare, but there was a lot of first edition boxes that were actually produced back then. The worst part about it is the people who knew it was going to be worth a lot that actually bought them and legitimately sat on them, and a lot of people still have them. They're selling those boxes for so much these days. And yeah, that is just insane. Jolteon first edition was expensive. Oh yeah, all the evolutions back in the day, the first editions were super expensive. Alakazam first edition is up there as well. Oh yeah, especially, believe it or not, Kadabra. Some Kadabra cards are actually worth more than a bunch of Alakazam cards, which sounds wild, I know, but it was because the person the card was based off actually got super offended that they based a Pokemon off of him, and he had the cards banned for years. He'd most recently, either at the beginning of this year or the end of last year, just actually agreed to have his cards that were based off him re-released all over again. So like some of the banned Kadabra cards, if you got those, a lot of those are very rare because like a lot of people just like were afraid of like certain things, and they were banned for a very long time, so the printing just stopped. Even with the reprints, like they would have all these like Evolutions was one of the most noted reprints of like the vintage sets, but you're not gonna find a Kadabra in like a single one of those. Used to buy 20p? What is 20p? Bundles of Pokemon cards? Oh, like 20 like packs? Jesus. Fuck that guy. Yeah, he's super offended. And then all of a sudden, he, like, I think what it was this dude actually started to see the value of Pokemon cards going up. And he knew that he had a banned card out there. So he was like, yeah, you know, I'll take the ban off. And all of a sudden, like, obviously, the price is going to go up. Gotta make a time travel machine. We can go back and get all the first edition Charizards. That would be amazing. Oh, like pounds. So you were in the UK. Okay. I understand now. About like 20 pounds of bundles of cards. I assume that's a lot. I know pounds are actually much more. It's exactly what it was. Yeah, I agree, Rez. But, yeah, I'm very horrible at currency exchange. But it sounds like a lot. I do know that, like, money in Europe is much more expensive than the USD that we have here. 20 pence. I don't even know what a pence is. What is a pence? And also, what's the difference between a pence and a pound? You don't have to answer that. I'm sorry. I could go on and on. I'm a very curious guy when it comes to questions like that. Again, when it comes to currency, it's what the Jeepers Jeeps? Please give me Clefable. Oh, wait. No, maybe not. I bet you're super OP, aren't you? Oh, yeah. Super OP. Bag? Oh, wait. Nab Bear. Oh, wait. It'll confuse it, but let's throw Raz. Ugh. Take the bear. Oh, wait, use. Oops. Get ready. And... whoop. Damn it. Maybe use that gray ball. Yeah. Ah, damn it. Yeah. Come on, work with me here, controller. Yeah. Oh, wait, I didn't get ready. That makes more sense. Cha. Why would that make sense? Cha. Yeah. I keep forgetting to get ready. Why would you throw it over there? I think this Pokemon's confused me more than I've confused it. There we go. Huh? Damn it. Let's use one more berry on it. Wait for it to jump back that way. Or go further that way, whatever. Oh my god, why would the ball go that way? There we go. Jesus. The game set you up? Yeah, it did. You know what? I'd rather catch one naturally. I'm sorry, Clip. Wait, it's only level 10? Okay. We're switching Pokeballs. We're going back to the Pokeball. You've upset me. Yeah. Why the heck does it go over there? Jesus, that makes no sense. Whoop. What a shame you were so close to catching it too. Yeah. Spinning the Pokeball? Really? Oh, damn it, it ran away. All those great balls and berries to shame. My god, this dude has... Oh, whoop. No, son of a bitch. There was the actual Clefairy there. I'd rather have the Clefairy than the Clefable anyway. We can still get both. Do a curveball? That sounds so difficult. Oh man, I really missed a little bit of chat here. Hello, how are you? You've been checking out your Tom Berry Disciple channel here on Twitch. Hey, I really appreciate that. You had a first edition Gyarados and still haven't, but it's a torn a bit. I mean, it's still nostalgic to have. Like, I actually have a, it's not first edition. It's technically Gen 1, base 1 set, not first edition though, but it is base 1 set, Zapdos. It's a, basically what you could say recovered card from a very neglectful kid that didn't know what he had. It is a very bent out of shape, unfortunately. It has literally been, like, both sides have been folded completely to the center, like somebody's trying to make a freaking paper airplane out of it or something. But I'd still have it. It's worthless, I know, because it's completely out of... It's in horrible condition. I do technically have some redemption, thankfully. There's been some Pokemon cards about a month ago. And I got an Evolutions pack that yielded a holographic Zapdos, which was kind of cool. It's a reprint, so it's worth a lot less, but still pretty cool. About your stream, Pokemon's Go Eevee. Keep up the good work. Hey, thank you so much. think you did a curveball. You gotta learn baseball to play Pokemon now. It's only in Let's Go Eevee. Like in Sword and Shield, they kind of like ixnay all of this, which I'm kind of happy about. I mean, it's okay in this game, but I wouldn't like to see this continue to be a thing in Pokemon. You spin it, then you throw a little to the side. Well, we'll definitely have plenty of time to work on that throughout this stream. First rocket battle. Here we go. Rattata. What? Okay, that's a pretty nice setup right now. Spin it and throw a little bit to the side. I'll try to work on it a little bit more. I mean, it's just going to be one of those things that's just going to take some practice. I never had to worry about having to throw a curveball for Pokemon games before. We'll get there. What is up with the abundance of people in the original Kanto games having so many Rattata? I mean, I guess it's that easy of a Pokemon to find, but my gosh, I feel like so many people have Rattata. Pikachu can learn double kick. Okay. Was that always? I think it was, actually. Let's get rid of Growl, actually. Let's be fair. Pikachu growling at you, not that intimidating. I'm really hoping that Clefairy's still... Oh, and it is... No! Why is there so much Pokemon in this random spot right here? Get out of here, Zubat. There's a Clefairy chilling there. Huh? Okay, we got it, I think. Yes, Clefairy. Sweet. Again, I'd rather have Clefairy than Clefable, like, any day anyway. I mean, honestly, you'd get Clefable eventually, but... It's just, I don't really even care to catch, like, pre-evolved Pokemon that... Oh, you little damn trickster. Yeah. Okay. Spin-a-rooney dooney? What? I feel like I spin it, and it kind of, like, takes some of my wop away. What? I gotta get more used to it, I guess. What the hell? What? Okay, I'm literally not throwing it directly at the switch, so that's probably the problem. Damn it. Nobody in Kanto ever had a golem. You know that for sure. I always thought it was weird how they made some Pokemon evolve by trade. I actually have a, Oh, they do still have things in there. Just got the Moonstone from the random crater. Okay. But, yeah, I noticed, in, like, even... Oh, damn it. Why is there so many Pokemon in this corner? I thought it was pretty cool in Pokemon Go, if to actually get your Graveler to evolve, you still gotta trade it like the OG games. Why is there so many Zubat? Oh! This room is a trap. Zip out of here the best we can. Jeepers. Hopefully we'll run into another Clefairy though, I'd really like that. Too bad we ran into a Clefairy and Clefable and whopped out on both of them, and not in the good way either. Wow, it's way bigger in here than I thought. Can't wait till you face Uncle Blaine. Wait, is Blaine harder in this? You don't think there was a single trainer who had a Chansey? I really don't know either. But yeah, is Blaine harder in this game? I mean, he's just a fire-type trainer, so... But I can't remember anybody in Kanto ever having Chansey either. There might have been, but I can't think of one. I still think it's weird that Clefairy literally has fairy in its name. No, wait, no, I'm thinking of Chansey. We're back to that one, sorry. It is a fairy type. I don't know what I was about to say. I was thinking of, I got my Pokemon mixed up because I read Chansey there. You know, I was looking at Clefairy here, but, and then saw Fairy's name. Anyway, I don't see how all these Pokemon ended up being Fairy type, which I do. I get that. That's not what I mean. What I mean is, how the heck did Chansey not get Fairy type? Like, what the G's and what the heck were they thinking, and why not? Do I name a Golem Roly Poly? That's kind of funny. It reminds me of kind of like the newer rock type Pokemon. He's like Roly Coly. Wait, Roly Coly? Yeah, Roly Coly, Roggenrola, then why did I use that? I meant to use Poison Sting. I'm starting to get tired, so bear with me. The fatigue is happening. Bear with me. But yeah, Roly Coly. He's friends with Moltres. What was Roggenrola? Was Roggenrola, that was black and white, yeah? Let me look it up. Yeah. I think. Generation 5. Yeah, I think that was black and white. I just like the play on the names they made for those. What up, James? Yikes! Quit following us. There's a lot of pockets in this game. I'm gonna just quickly use a couple of these. One on Eevee. And actually, I think that might be the only one I use. I don't think anybody else technically really needs it right now. So Blaine was the one who created Mewtwo? I think that was Team Rocket, honestly. I think a lot of that just kind of happened on Cinnabar Island. And a lot of that's just like written in the game as far as context, not as necessarily for a lot of the lore. So, Onyx! Let's do it. Trying to eat that Pokeball? So does Clefairy just have like an ungodly catch rate or something? So Arceus being a god Pokemon does not apply to Mewtwo. Therefore Arceus is false god. I don't know about that one. I know Mewtwo's very powerful, but as far as power rates go, gosh, it's something like we've talked about it before. There's this channel called what was it? It's been a while. Is it Death Battle Res? I think it's Death Battle, where they pit like fictional characters against other fictional characters, and a lot of them are video game or comic book characters. I wish they had more of those. Mewtwo is regarded as the strongest. In some ways, I feel like that's that is right, but in other ways, I feel like that's like almost dated content to say Mewtwo would be like regarded as strongest, because there's so many things now as far as like lore goes. Death Battle, yeah. Like, see, I wish Death Battle did things like that, like Pokemon pit battles. That would be so great. Like, I would like to see how they would pan out stat-wise and things like that, like a Mewtwo Death Battle. Oh, what the heck was that game? I haven't watched Death Battle in so long. There we go. Oh, gosh, I thought I was trying to get in the smaller circle there. Did we get it? We got it. Sweet. Arceus stats is actually the strongest Pokemon. I was thinking so. You think a Mew card would be the most expensive, but Charizard's just that. The thing about Mewtwo is the printing. See, that's the thing about why Charizard was so popular. I'm not saying there wasn't a lot of Charizards, because there was. And kids diminishing their collections, and adults that knew what they had hanging on to them, is what made them go up in a lot of a price range. But the thing about Mewtwo, and why is it worth as much, is because the printing. Mewtwo was printed so many more times than Charizards were. You were much more likely to run into a Mewtwo than near so many other cards. Not to mention, a lot of the Mewtwo cards that were out there were like the promos that people got with like the Mewtwo movie, just like the Ancient Mew card. And when they had promos like that, they were printed out so massively, because they knew that not only was it valuable to certain people at that time, which long term it wasn't, they knew that people would buy into that, especially knowing how much like cards like Charizard were. And they thought, you know, let's release this promo card. It'll be like a vague thing to put in front of people's faces to make them think that they're buying gold. It's kind of like the Burger King cards back in the day. I'm sure a lot of you remember like those. Like, I've still got a Mewtwo golden Burger King card in my bedroom. It was this solid chunk of metal. They painted gold and said it was like an actual gold card. They came in these platinum Pokeballs, and you could get them at Burger King. They were like $10 a piece, and they promoted them like they were going to be the rarest thing in the world because they were a limited time. So many people bought those up, much like the promo Mewtwo's or the Ancient Mew cards. And some Ancient Mew cards, especially some like really nice PSAs out there, are worth, you know, a little bit of something, but not anything like Charizard cards, because those cards, again, mostly there's a lot of people that bogarted those cards. They just like get them, keep them, never sell them. Or you had people who owned a card shop that just like scalp them off kids. Be like, oh, you got that Charizard, that's pretty cool. I know you're wanting that Blastoise. What if I give you this Blastoise and like 50 fucking energies, and then, you know, set you up for like a battle deck? And some kid would be like, okay. And, you know, they'd turn around and give them like a $60 card for a $120 card and get them a bunch of worthless like 5-cent energies out there. I used to see it happen all the time as a kid, and a lot of that would happen. But as far as Mewtwo and Mew, like, again, all those cards, they were printed so vastly, so much were printed off, because they were trying to sell like all that, like that kind of thing going on, and it made the price like go way down. They did Mewtwo versus Frieza on Death Battle? Really? How did that go? Also, was it a pixelated match? My favorite ones are the ones where they really go all out. The 16 to 32-bit battles, they're cool. I don't like them as much as I do like the other ones. What about Rayquaza? Rayquaza had more stat and empty slot. Also, the promo Kyogre and Groudon are number 2 and 3 of the strongest game was. Remember the Burger King cards too? You had the Mew card, but always wanted the Mewtwo instead. I had Mew, or I didn't have Mew. I'm sorry, I didn't have Mew. I had Mewtwo and Jigglypuff, and I had one more, and I don't really remember what it was. Always wanted the Togepi card though. Always wanted that Togepi. I could never. I only got one as a kid, and it's the one I still got. It's my Mewtwo card. I never got, like, I had the Jigglypuff. My Jigglypuff was tarnished, though. I had an uncle that, like, I thought it was real gold as a kid. I was so stoked because I thought I owned gold. And I had a really, he's a good uncle, but at the time he was being kind of a shithead. And I legitimately, like, took the card and was like, it's not real gold. I'll prove it to you. And I was like, no, like, it's gold. I don't want you to prove it. I know it is. And he took his pocket knife out and he goes, choose which one. I chose the Jigglypuff because I mean, it was Jigglypuff. I didn't care as much. And he got a pocket knife and scraped off the edges of it and showed me that it was, like, not actual real gold. And I was so sad. I was so sad. I still got the Mewtwo. Flawless, still in its plastic. But, yeah, after seeing that with the Jigglypuff, I was so sad. But there's a lot of people who invested in the Dozy that actually thought it was going to be much more. How do I think it went? I want to say I think Frieza won, but I probably feel like Mewtwo's telepathic abilities made him win. That's how I want to say I think it went, Rez, but I don't know. I could be wrong. I feel like telepathy is stronger than arrogant force, but they've surprised me a lot. There's a few times where I think somebody's going to win that doesn't, but then they turn me around and they show me some stats and then they read off some, like, legit things. I'm like, you got a point there. Like, one of them, I think, what was it, Deadpool versus the Mask? Frieza won. Oh, jeez. Let's be fair. Telepathy is very strong, but then again, Frieza's got that sheer force. I mean, I don't know. Again, they surprised me a lot. The Jigglypuff from the anime season 1 is actually a shiny Jigglypuff? Really? Is that legit? Can you catch Sentry in this cave? I see it now and I'm just baffled. Really? That's cool. I actually didn't know that. You think Bayonetta would beat Dante? Still salty. There's some that surprised me on there, then some I'm just like, I don't know. The Mewtwo Frieza, I'd have to watch it. I think I might be. I don't know about that one either. Like, again, I said it a second ago. Telepathy versus sheer force. I don't know about it. But, I mean, again, you know, these dudes do their math. That's for sure. That's one of the things I liked about the, I still think it might have been The Mask versus Deadpool. I think it was. But, the thing was, like, The Mask, I want to write them off so well, because it's so silly, but at the same time, like, they have that, like, wacky, like, Bugs Bunny thing where you can just, like, literally pull anything out of anywhere at any time whatsoever. Superman versus Goku. Did Superman win? If he won, all I'm saying is Goku never dies, so I automatically don't, like, agree. Goku never lost anything, and if he does, he comes back stronger. Superman has to go, like, float next to the sun. I guess that's an even matchup, actually, when you say it that way. I think one of my favorite matchups that's ever been done, it wasn't actually on Death Battle. Yeah, Superman won. Yeah, I figured as much. In what year was Frieza introduced? I have no idea. I know it was early. Sadly, when I watched Dragon Ball Z, as much as I loved it, I watched it, I want to say it was the early 2000s, and like late 90s, early 2000s is when I was watching it. But I know we got a lot of those episodes late here in the US, so I have no idea when Frieza was actually introduced, as far as what year. But one of my favorite battles, it wasn't on Death Battle though. It was actually just like a fan battle that's been put out over the years who would win between the Hulk and Superman, and that's been one of those awesome things that has just been a crazy fan argument for years between the two about who would really win, because you have one Superman who gets all of his power from the sun, but then you have Hulk who has gained strength from anger and has one of the best healing factors in all of the Marvel Cinematic Universe and comic universe, and it's just, oh man, that was a good one. Being both Frieza and Mewtwo are based on Gigas from Earthbound? I'm not sure what Earthbound is. Ness would kill everybody? I'm not sure who Ness is. Sorry. I feel so guilty sometimes when I just don't know characters. I don't know why. Huh, I see you have plenty of Pokeballs. If you ever run low, come talk to me, okay? Alright, guy. Is that, like, Gigas? Gigas? Hulk picked up a sheer string. Yeah, that's true. Crafted in a neutron star, which is the densest thing in the universe other than a black hole. It's a game back in 1994, released in 1995 in the US. I don't think I ever played it. Hulk would be hard to beat. Yeah, he would be. See, that was one of the things that I always liked about that, though, was the old... how, again, Hulk derives his strength from anger, but you have Superman who derives his strength from the sun. I don't know, I just always liked that. Literally, DC fans literally always go Superman. Marvel fans always go Hulk. It's an endless battle. I'm a fan on both sides, so I love to ride the fence. I see both ends, but let's be fair, I also think that Hulk would win because Hulk has a healing factor, and Superman has no healing factor at all. He has to float by the sun, and he dies in his comic books a lot. I'll be right back. Sorry about that. I had to blow my nose. This time of night, my allergies get so messed up. It is the worst thing in the world. Marvel fans also think that Thor can kill everybody. Thor also does, though. I'm not a big Thor fan when it comes to a lot of his lore. He is technically, some would say a demigod, some would say a god. It depends on how you look at it. It depends on the lore. more of a Batman fan yourself. I love Batman. I love all comic books. I can say my top 5. 1, Wolverine. 2, Batman. 3 is probably Deadpool, then Spider-Man, and then after that would probably... I don't know, actually. I got that far and then my mind went blank. Could be Ghost Rider. Could be Hulk. Kind of a tie. No, Deathstroke. Deathstroke's taking that one. I already knew who it was, and my mind went blank. It's Deathstroke. So it's like Wolverine, Batman, Deadpool, Spider-Man, then Deathstroke. Yeah, this is like my top 5 of all. You like Batman villains? I like Deathstroke. Is Che-Che in a cave like Charmander? I don't know. People said he is, but I haven't seen him. Batman's so realistic. He just has money and able to design gadgets. Yes and no. He actually doesn't design any of his gadgets, actually, in the comic book. It's like Fox and, like, Alfred. Wolverine's a solid pick. Wolverine's a big one for me. For a lot of reasons. He was the underdog, actually. If you watch the 90s, like, cartoons, and that's what I grew up on with X-Men, he's actually the underdog of the comic books. You have everybody else, all these powers. All Wolverine has is claws and a healing factor. And, gosh, I love and hate that throughout Fox over the years, they gave him such a limelight. He had all of his own solid films. I did love all of them. I love Hugh Jackman as Wolverine or Logan, and throughout the whole thing. Love them all. I do hate it sometimes because it feels so cliche to say you like Wolverine as a character. I do love him. But it's mostly because a big thing is, if you read his comic books, it's nothing like the movies. The movies are great, but the comic books are just like the old 90s like show. Like, he is an underdog. This dude gets the shit beat out of him constantly. The only reason he's alive is because he's got a healing factor that's out of the wazoo good. Much like Deadpool. And, like, Deadpool's just hilarious is the reason I like Deadpool. But, yeah, I mean, it's just crazy. 90s X-Men was one of your favorite shows on TV. Love the theme song, too. Oh, yeah. This is so good. Hate the movies, though, how they never made Wolverine and Jubilee. The duo they were. Yeah, I know what you meant. I hate how, actually, they added Jubilee in the First Class movies. But she is the most she was an Easter egg. That's all she was. So underrated. Just an Easter egg in the newer stuff. Like, they literally added her in, like, the First Class films. Not First Class, but, like, the ones after. But literally, she's just an Easter egg character. I'm right there with you, Rez. Jubilee never got the limelight of... They gave it to, like, Kitty Pryde and Rogue for some reason. Which Rogue was a big part of the 90s stuff, but... Jesus. Jubilee didn't do shit. Yeah. As far as, like, in the live-action films, she's literally an Easter egg, basically. For some reason, the duo became Rogue and Wolverine. And then after that, it was just like the love chase between Wolverine and Jean Grey or Phoenix. And then it became Rogue. I love the Rogue Wolverine movie. I'm not even going to talk shit about him. Wolverine X-Men Origins, other than the Deadpool, amazing. Deadpool at the end, we all know it was shitty. Let's not kid ourselves. But, my god, like, it feels like I'm playing the freaking 90s, like, Galaga game, trying to, like, run away from some Pokemon. But, oh my god. Just so many cool things they did do with the older Wolverines movies, like the actual Wolverine movie. I'm not talking about X-Men Origins Wolverine, I'm talking Wolverine, where he's in Japan. Amazing. And then the Logan film, oh god, come on. You can't tell me it wasn't good. A lot of people got mad because it wasn't Old Man Logan. But let me tell you, if it was Old Man Logan, you'd be even more mad. It's also in the second movie, but her scene was short and deleted. Really? Like X-Men X2? You should watch It's Real 85 X-Men. It's so damn funny. How he voices over it.
You can hear Storm call her when Stryker had the kids locked up. Really? That's interesting. I'd really have to watch that. I've got all the films, so I'd really be interested in that. I've never watched the deleted scenes. That shit's hilarious. Gur, hello. How are you? She was in it, and they got her powers wrong too. Really? What really are even Jubilee's powers? I know she has, like, basically fireworks and explosions, but other than that, what other powers does she have? I mean, I'm sure she has more. That's just all I can think of. It's been a while since I've watched, like, the 90s X-Men stuff. Jeepers freaking creepers on these freaking Zubat out here. We're pulling a big job here. Get lost, kid. She, like, generating electricity or some shit. Yeah, I mean, I know it always looked like fireworks in, like, the 90s cartoon. I've never actually looked up her character, what her powers are. She's not as big as a deal in the comic books as she was in the 90s stuff either. She was, but not as big. Gambit, he's a good voice actor too. Oh man, Gambit, that was another really cool character that has been slept on pretty bad over the years. I wish I had a dark type Pokemon right now. I don't even think anybody here has a dark type move. We'll just Eevee it. But yeah, Gambit, man, a very slept on character that's just so cool, but just so underused. I actually have a Gambit versus Deadpool comic. It was a GameStop variant. It's not really worth a lot, but I still think it's really cool. Not where you expected me to say, I'm sure, but no, for real, I think it's really cool. Plasmids that she can control with her mind. That's cool. She just knows how to make him explode like fireworks, but she knows how to do more with them. Cyclops was portrayed better in the comics, you think? He's more of a leader? Oh, yeah. Oh, man. The show? In the movies? I hate to say it, they don't do any of Cyclops' family any justice. Just being very fair. Like, that whole family is very, 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 very powerful. And they get so written off so crazy. Cyclops, his brother Havoc, they're like, I mean, literally that whole family is insanely powerful. And then later on you get Cable. Cable has the power of basically Cyclops, but also is a technomancer, which basically means he can just take over any parts of technology he wants and work on it all willy-nilly. It's just, yeah, the whole, like, that whole family is slept on as far as, like, a lot of things. As far as the filmography and the cartoons go, they're very powerful, all of them. So is Rogue, yeah. Cyclops sucks in the movies. I mean, yeah, he does in, like, the third one. Although I did like the First Class, and moving forward, Cyclops, I really like that actor a lot. Honestly, everybody, Wolverine will always be the best part of the comp, and most iconic. Yeah, Hugh Jackman, you know. That's why I feel like it's so cliche to say I like Wolverine so much, but I liked Wolverine as a kid when he was still an underdog. But, I wouldn't say everybody. Not everybody. There's a lot, but not everybody. Like, some of them get way too much limelight, which baffles me sometimes. Like Colossus, for example. My god. Is Colossus cool? Is he OG? Yeah. Is Colossus way overused and just really not that cool or good? Yeah. He did his better what he had to give him. I feel ya. Are those dark colored things fossils? Alright, Meowth. Go get those fossils. Is this where we fought Team Rocket? Maybe? Quit goofing around and go already. You can do it, Meowth. Okay. I guess we don't interact with them there. Ignore them, whatever. We'll move up there in a second. Let's get this autumn. Gotta revive. I think Magneto is way stronger than people think. If he can control iron in the blood with his power, that's OP broken. He is. He's an Omega class. That's very true, yeah. He's an Omega class mutant. Like, let's say you pit, like, it happened in the films multiple times, Wolverine versus, like, Magneto. But Magneto can manipulate so many things. Like, let's, once again, talk shit about Cyclops because he's, not Cyclops, Colossus. Let's talk shit about Colossus because he's way overused to me in the live action and even in the comic books. I'm not a big Colossus fan. And, yeah, if Magneto wanted to, he could rip Colossus to pieces just by, like, getting his hand and just, whoop. To be Omega, you have to have, planetary threat. I mean, he's very close to having a planetary threat. I mean, to be able to manipulate all metal to that, like, point of existence is insane. Magnetic powers is no joke. He probably has the best power in the series, no cap. I guess the best powers, I guess you could really say, are actually, like, the mental and, telepathic. Like, Phoenix, for one, that's where we're going into the, like, planetary existence of being most dangerous. You don't think they work on Colossus? Really? I would think they would. Maybe they don't, though. Even if they didn't exactly work on his metal body, he could still manipulate metal. Like, Colossus, even in his metal form, can still be choked out. You know, Rogues doesn't. But, yeah, as far as, like, Magneto goes, even if he didn't actually be able to control the metal that Colossus can turn into, he could, again, Colossus, it's one of his biggest weaknesses a lot of people don't know about. He can straight up still be choked out. Like, which is the weirdest weakness of all time for a man of metal to be having an ability or weakness of. Like, legit, if there's somebody strong enough to wrap their arm or something around his neck strong enough, they can still choke Colossus out. Was written in a weird way? Yeah. I mean, he's one of the OG characters, so you gotta give him that too. Like, the OG characters had some weird-ass weaknesses. Or control iron in the blood. See, the thing about controlling iron in the blood with the Magneto, though, he can do that, but you have to have a substantial amount of iron in the blood for him to actually do it. Like, it happened in the film, but that's because they gave that dude iron supplements, like when Mystique drugged him at the bar. And, for, like, again, for something for like that to actually happen, for him to manipulate iron in the blood, you have to have a massive amount of iron in your blood, which is very irregular. I mean, you'd have to eat like fucking 50 steaks for him to do something like that, honestly. Or like literally have an IV drip of iron in your system for like a day. Or just take a massive amount of iron supplements. Osman can become one with the body of water, so he could literally become the ocean. True. The thing that I've liked about the films, though, that they did actually manipulate with Osman, with Bobby, was, I think it was Days of Future Past, when the Sentinels came and they, like, kind of behead him. When he's in his Oz form, he's most powerful, but he's also at his most vulnerable form at the exact same time. It's like a double-edged sword. Like, he's super powerful, super vulnerable as well. Rogue is basically female Superman. That's true, she can be. She has her flaws too, though. Her powers only last for so long. Almost everybody was so watered down. That's true. Actually, Bobby was actually super hopped up. The closer it came to film, they thought the stronger they made Bobby, the more it would diminish, I'm sad to say it, Magneto and Wolverine. They figured if they played him out to his comic book tier, that the farther that went, it would diminish Wolverine. and Hugh Jackman's character, and Ian McKellen's character as Magneto. That's why Bobby was so watered down. He can control the water in the human body. Is Egg a class 2? But yeah, the reason they got watered down like that again, it was because Omega. Yeah, it's because of actors, though. Actors and fame. Though he is also a pretty famous actor. He's no Hugh Jackman or Ian McKellen. And that's why his character got so watered down. He was actually originally written, like you can watch his old trailers, like he was written to be super powerful. And the closer it got to the release of that film, they were just like, yeah, well, you know this and you know that. That's kind of the thing that kind of sucked about, like, the whole, like, Wolverine thing again. I know he's one of my favorite characters. It's never going to change. It's a lot of nostalgia and just a really cool character, in my opinion, but a lot of it, too, is he used to be an underdog, but as soon as you have somebody like Hugh Jackman, a powerhouse actor, playing him, being played by, Ian McKellen, and Patrick Stewart playing freaking Professor X. These are very strong characters in the mutant physical world of X-Men, but also characters who aren't on like Omega or planetary status, and just a bunch of shit like that. And well, I won't say that. They definitely hold their own in a lot of ways, but still, yet when it came to the acting and the movie realm, that's what a lot of it was. You have these like 5-star actors with like these like 3-star actors under them. The 3-star actor can never be a 5-star actor and just topple over them in a film. Hey, stop. I found these fossils. They're both mine. Yeah, they didn't even want it, Hugh. I mean, to be fair, as much as I love Hugh Jackman playing Wolverine, if I'm really being real for real, and for real, he fits absolutely no description of Wolverine. Wolverine's kind of, he's ripped, but he's not super ripped. He's short. He's not tall. Hugh Jackman's actually pretty tall. And he is very hairy and has long hair. They just, like, made Hugh Jackman grow his chops out and put unlit cigars in his mouth all the time. And look tough. And he did a good job. I love Hugh Jackman as Wolverine. I'm never going to say that because that's nostalgia in a nutshell, and I love seeing him, but if we're being completely fair, he absolutely has zero description of Logan or Wolverine in the actual comic books. He is just like the exact opposite. He can only become omnipresent in water, but his freeze power is still powerful. True. Oh, I don't have any strengths against electricity. Let's try to beef it out and hope for quick attacks. Oh yeah. No paralysis? Oh, thank God. Almost no one looks like Wolverine. That's true. I did like the fact that a lot of people were wanting Shia LaBeouf to most recently play Wolverine, or which neither one of them is going to happen. It's already been said nobody's going to do it. As far as like most recently, as far as these two, gosh, what was the other one? Tom Hardy. That was actually somebody. Hugh Jackman was in an interview, and they said, would you like to see actually play Wolverine next? And Hugh Jackman said Tom Hardy, and a lot of fans out there wanted Shia LaBeouf, but it's true. It'd be hard. But I feel like it could be done now. His image isn't realistic. In the suit, yeah. But as far as, like, not quite outside the suit, I could see somebody short, kind of animalistic, thick, kind of muscular, but not, like, too buff playing it. Again, I think Tom Hardy would have been a good one, you know? As long as they didn't try to go too realistic with this weird little hair thing. But I think Tom Hardy would have been a good one. He kind of has that build. Storm can flash freeze the air around her to space temperatures in a matter of seconds. It is weird, though, that a lot of times they'd give these unfathomable powers to a lot of the characters in the Marvel Universe, but to be fair, none of them, even in the comic books, would do things like that. Also, which one of these should we choose? Are we going Helix? Or are we going Dome? What do we do? You guys choose and let me know. What are we going, Helix or Dome? I like Kabuto and Kabutops better than I do Amanat and Amistar, but what do you guys like? Which one are we choosing? You guys choose, and I'll choose it. Those Sodburns can be achievable. Those chops, oh yeah. She can even take the air out of people's lungs. But she doesn't... She couldn't lift Cyclops in the air in the first movie. I mean, look at, like, other people, though. You got, like, some people like, why can't I remember his name? Nightcrawler. Nightcrawler literally travels to, like, different dimensions. That teleport isn't like they appear in the movies. Like, he legit basically goes to a full different dimension to travel to these portholes. I mean, his father's a demon and his mom's a shapeshifter. Kabutops? You gotta help me. Is Kabutops is Dome, yeah? Not Helix. Wolverine's mainly hero. I think it is Dome, right? I could look it up if I had to, but I think it is Dome, right? He's a dimensional traveler. Yeah, and they never perceive that in anything. They do a little bit in the shows, but Dome, yeah, okay, good deal. I'm going Dome. But yeah, his father's a freaking demon and his mom's a shapeshifter, and they never let in on that. Actually, that was one of the biggest things I think I had to say about all the movies that I hated. Like, his mother's basically Mystique, and his father's basically Azazel, and they just write it off. Like, whoop. Nightcrawler's dad is the devil from another dimension that has only mutants. Isn't it Azazel? I gotta look it up. Destiny. Okay, I thought it was Azazel, but that's mostly come from the movies. He is the father of X-Men music, Q, and Nightcrawler. Yeah, okay, I thought it was Azazel. I was right. Azazel, yeah. Oh yeah, Pyro. Storm was lightning, right? Storm actually can do a lot of things. Can actually create fire, but never really figured it out. Yeah, he mostly has the power to manipulate fire, not really actually create it. There was somebody else. It's not just... What is his name? He was in Days of Futures Past. What is his name? He can straight up breathe fire. He can, like, shove fire. He can manipulate his body almost engulfed in flames. It's not just Pyro, there's another one. Pyro's very strong, but he only has the power to manipulate fire for the most part. But there's another dude, I can't remember his name. I gotta look it up really quick. Like, I'm not going anywhere, just right here. X-Men, Days, The Future Past, film. Love, love, love. Sunspot, that's his name. Yeah, Sunspot. Sunspot is a mutant who is able to engulf his body in fire and throw flames at enemies. That's his name, Sunspot. But yeah, as far as X-Men goes, there was always Sunspot. Sunspot can breathe fire, manipulate fire, create fire, engulf his whole flames in fire, like the Human Torch. But yeah, Sunspot was his name. Stop right there. Hands off, that fossil belongs to us. How did you even get here ahead of us? We're Team Rocket. I'm Jesse. And I'm James. And the two of us are going to take that fossil back. Sunspot, Sunfire, and Sunpyre are all basically the same character. But, wait, did we already mention that character? I might have missed something. But I was just saying that as far as, like, another character in the X-Men comicology and filmology that can manipulate fire. Sunspot should be Omega. Coughing and Ekans. I don't really have a weakness to this. Anything that's effective. I love how James is holding a rose. So we're gonna do the best we can with what we got. We're gonna quick attack coughing, and then we're gonna gust coughing. Try to take coughing out first because he has more of an ability to poison, I feel like, than Ekans does. Take one out at a time. Ekans immediately uses acid, and I'm very wrong. One fire mutant that is Magma. We'll just double quick attack it. It might be the best bet. Gust didn't seem to really do a lot. Magma is a scary power to fight against. She can manipulate magma and create lava, essentially giving her the ability to mess with the core of the planet. Man, really, when Marvel was like thinking of mutants, they were just like, you know what? Fuck it. Let's make them strong as shit. And somebody was just like, yeah. Sometimes you gotta take with a grain of salt, though. Sometimes it's a lot of fan fiction. I hate to say. Like, I know a lot of things do get writ, which are the things I do love the most. Like the one-shot comic books, they really love to endorse the true strength of mutants. Like, one of my favorite ones is Deadpool kills the Marvel Universe. If you never read it, give it a whirly-durly. It's just one of those things. I mean, Deadpool technically can't die because Death is in love with Deadpool. And any times he does because he won't love her, she basically curses him to life. Be like, oh, you don't want to love me? I'm going to bring you back to life then. And I mean, it's an ongoing thing. And Thanos hates Deadpool because he's in love with Death. And it's just like an endless cycle of Deadpool. But like, you got things like all the death of comic books, or certain characters killed the certain, you know, parts of the universe, and you rarely get to see it, but it really shows like the true extent of their powers, and I really love that. They do not care. Yeah, they can do it all, but can't fire burn in temperatures hotter than magma, blue fire and white flames. Most of the time when characters usually had abilities like that, it would also usually hurt themselves as well. Like, I feel like there was a comic book iteration where Pyro could go like so hot, but once he went so hot, it would actually start burning himself also. I could be wrong, but I feel like that it's a good iteration of that. I can't remember who, to be fair with. It could have been like Human Torch and like Fantastic Four though, not in X-Men. But anyway, usually when it comes to like the super hot, like blue fire and white flames, like stuff like that, usually in comic books, when people push themselves that far, it usually actually does damage to them as well. A Torpetus? I got 1,152 for winning. And James with a really pissed off looking face. Jesse and James looks like Team Dropstick. Ruptic! Looks like Team Rocket's blasting off. Damn you, Zubat. Human Torch can read the temperature of the sun. I still feel like, doesn't it eventually, I could be wrong. I could be thinking of a different character. That's what I was really getting at there. It's just like, I feel like there's a few of those characters that can do crazy things like that, but I feel like it eventually starts doing damage to themselves. Again, I could be wrong though. There's a few of the lore of characters I'm not quite in touch with as I used to be. Count your money. Don't worry, I'm not gonna miss anything up here. I'm trying to get these items so I don't miss those. You think it's Sunspot? That, you might be right, actually. I know there's some characters though that, like, once they hit certain temperatures, they can reach them, but once they get there, it starts to do like massive damage on them. It could be Sunspot though. One of those sun characters there, like Sunspot, I don't think it is Sunfire or one of them. Yeah, no, one of them has the power to actually reach like the ability of a star, like an exploding star. I don't know which one it is either on that part though. Again, I don't know. We have all these variants with a lot of these characters are essentially the same. I'm so badly trying not to mess this up. I know there's an autumn here that you can miss out on. That one we can't even get to yet. Maybe not. Maybe I'm just thinking of something different, man. Hopefully I got the other ones. Wasn't there one of the dudes that kick you like Mega Punch and Mega Kick up here though? Did they not exist anymore? I mean, I guess not, but I could have sworn there used to be a thing back in the day over it. Oh, that's Sai. We gotta get one of those. Nothing elemental hurts Storm though. I always like, I hate to say it. Hopefully you agree, but then if you don't, you don't. But did you ever think it was weird that Storm and like freaking Black Panther are the two that kind of like becomes like one of like the mega couples of the comic books? I always thought it was so weird. Like, I get it, he's the king of Wakanda, but like, he technically doesn't really have powers. I mean, he's strong and he's fast and he's got a suit. You were obsessed with the X-Men as a kid? I mean, it's understandable though. X-Men's always been pretty cool. I've always liked X-Men the most. I was more of an X-Men kid and person more than I was an Avengers person, so it was a bit weird. Yeah, that's how I always thought about it. Like, yeah, Black Panther, very cool. Storm, very cool. I just see them clashing so much in so many ways. I did like a villain they used to have back in the day. I can't remember his name. It ended up being a main villain in a show called Legion, and it was based on Professor Xavier's son. But they had this like dude who could just manipulate the brain of people. I can't remember his name. And I used to think that was a really cool thing that kind of like derived from that story from like Black Panther and Storm and X-Men crossover comic books. Especially since she's like the only mutant in Wakanda. Very true. V. Oh man, Eevee's freaking out over that fountain. The fountain's shooting out water? Do you want to throw money in the fountain? Not really. Let's see what throwing 500 in it does. Why not? Splash, splash, splash. You threw 500 into the fountain. V. It made Eevee happy, so I guess that was worth it. suppose. You're back, Bun. Awesome. Actually, in the new comics, she stole a sword from Wakanda. Beat up Black Panther's sister like a bad bitch? Really? Why would Storm ever need a sword? Anyway, I hate to, but everybody, I'm gonna see what the heck is up with my Pidgey, who seems to just want to, like, endlessly teleport. Seems very interested in the fountain. That's cool, Pidgey. Oh, it looks like it was splashed by some water. Pidgey looks pleased. Oh, bird fountain, I get that. I'm gonna go in here and heal. And I'm gonna call it here for the night. I have been on for over 4 hours, which I'm happy about, and I didn't think I'd ever take this long to get this far into the game. But we've had some awesome conversations. I really appreciate everybody sticking around and watching. Even the people lurking in the background, not even, you know, if you didn't want to get on the chat, that's very okay. Reading the chat is really awesome. And everybody just, you know, sticking around, chilling out, and having fun is really awesome, and I really appreciate that. But I am for sure gonna go ahead and call it here. I'm very tired. I'm getting pretty damn hungry. I got work tomorrow, so it is time for me to get out of here. If you want to continue the conversations, we can jump in over on Discord. I'm actually not gonna be on here tonight though, so it's just an option. We do have a Discord channel. You just go over to the, you can follow it on Facebook. Go to the Facebook, go to the About section, and it's right there in the description of the videos. Or if you're on YouTube, you can go to the About section on YouTube, and there's a link there where you can join Discord as well and jump in right on the conversation to keep them going. For me, I am done for the night. Again, I'm very hungry, I'm very tired, so I'm gonna get off here, have a quick bite to eat, try to get some sleep, because again, I have work tomorrow. I've really enjoyed this game in the stream tonight. If you don't already follow on Twitch or on Facebook, please do. And if you haven't subscribed on YouTube either, I'd really appreciate that. I stream every single night that I can, except for Fridays and Saturdays on all those platforms, and I'd really appreciate any follows along the way. But Tonberry, hey squad, hey, thank you so much, Bun. But good night to you as well, Rez. And everybody watching on Twitch, YouTube, and Facebook that has been sticking around, good night to you as well. Thank you all so much for watching, and hopefully you can catch me tomorrow. I will be back on continuing this journey. Continuing on from Celadon City here, there's randomly a dude standing over here with a whip and a lollipop, and I'm very confused about that. And we'll figure out more of what's going to happen on here tomorrow, not though for sure, but thank you all so much for watching, and hopefully you can catch me next time. And if you can't, if you do any of those things, you'll end up catching me very soon, one day. And if you actually do hit up the Discord, I was talking about it earlier, a lot of you know, it is the one way that I actually let a lot of people know. If I end up calling off a stream for a not, Discord's the way to figure it out. It's the place where I tell a lot of people that actually follow the Discord channel if I am calling off a stream. I usually stream pretty much every night except for Fridays and Saturdays, but if I do call them off, Discord's the way to hear about that. So if you're interested in that, follow the Discord channel. But thank you for that, Tumberry Hop. And again, good night to you, again, Rez, and good night to you, Bon, and everybody watching on YouTube and Twitch in the lurking section. I really appreciate it. All of the views, all of the support and everything. Have a great night, and until next time, no doubt, I'm out of here. Take it easy, have fun with whatever it is you got going on. Until then, till next time.